nut splice, so exclamation mark giveaway, go and check that out. But we'll be diving right into this game very soon. It's a best of 3. It's going to be a volatile one, I can assume. North, if they display similar antics as what we saw against Endpoint, there's always a chance that Ago, like Endpoint, can knock them out before they even have a chance to progress, or at least not knock them out this time, but prevent them getting that first slot. Make them play another best of 3.
Try to make it a little bit harder, right? Or at least try to complicate their lives a little bit further, if at all possible. In either case, we're about to find out how it goes. Ladies and gentlemen, the pistol is about to go live. North versus Ago, XCOM Ago, excuse me. And we are about to meet the maker of this series, or at least the winner of this series soon enough, I guess. Slow and steady. Pistol, starting off with North on the CT. We've got a nade, a Molotov even on Christo. That is a little bit of a surprise. Molotovs are not as usual to see in pistols, as they can easily be negated with counter smokes that usually the T side are wielding, as we do see on that part. XCOM Ago playing with double smoke, Molotov, flashbangs. It's going to be classic amount of utility. This is, you know, the standard setup. XCOM Ago as well on the other side. A little bit of an unorthodox approach. Usually would see T's take a quick approach towards Banana, trying to secure a little bit of map control. Instead, they're going to take it easy. Fallen Flash, moving into deep. They're going to try and take themselves, like I said, map control first. And they've got 2 smokes to work with. Now, I'm eager to find out if this is a B execution behind all of it. Might as well be, given what they're setting up, or how they're setting up here.
Yeah, I'm liking this so far from Ago. Just very, very lightly pressuring Banana, but again, we know it's going to be a dedicated site take here. They've got the ability ready for this one. Christo, as soon as he hears those footsteps, as soon as that first smoke drops, Molotov down, nade over the top from Easy,
look at
perhaps.
this. Look at the flank.
This on the flanks, yeah, the damage. Oh dear, Occasion B already gets away with the first. That essentially funnels XCOM Ago into this B bomb site now. They have to commit to this, and Gade already good for a second. 5-on-3 retake. Ruby at least trades one back. 3 kills come in quickly though.
Hold on.
Woo. All down to MSL. His counterpart of MHL closes it out. XCOM Ago, first pistol.
And you could see the quick reaction of North as soon as the smokes were popping. All 3 players of A site pushed down middle. They didn't go for the rotation through CT. They know that as long as their teammates are alive, they can afford this flank. And well, they did, and it pays off to a certain degree. They got 2 free frags in Banana. Unfortunately, Grubby and Furlan had a bit of a different plan in mind later on, as they were able to tie the numbers together. But in the end, North still will not be able to secure the victory. It's unfortunate in that sense. XCOM Ago, it is going to be a very good start for the T side of theirs. Now, they might have lost majority of their players, but as long as they win the rounds, that's all they care about right now. AK's in play. We do have a few Mech 10s and a Scout. Kind of classic, really. I'm not that surprised, as XCOM Ago is looking, or is doing a very standard default here. As always, we're going to be seeing this continuously throughout Inferno. Banana control going to be contested for by the CTs potentially. Otherwise, it's always going to be in the hands of Ago, at least for the first half.
So far, so good. Yeah, Furlan already putting the pressure on. AZ does get away with the refrag, but very quickly countered so far by Furlan. The MP9, oh sorry, Mac 10 working out. MSL, beautiful shot. HL trying to play a little bit over top of the smoke. Will get punished for it. Thankfully, a quick return of the damage already done. And a 3-on-2. Of course, North will go to attempt this. They've got 2 smokes that they can deploy. See what damage that they can do on the entrance to this bomb site. But there we go. Furlan gets the job finished. 3 kills on that Mac 10. $1,800 in the bank and a very successful round. Fairly clean as well. They managed to retrieve the AKs, which is the most important part. The rest all following suit. 2-0. Eco round to come from North. Of course, they will not be committing into weapons this time, but they're doing that pretty common strat where you don't fully invest into the second round. Just buy pistols, no Kevlar, and you'll have a plentiful purchase for round number 4. Xcomago, though, technical pause to come. Hopefully, nothing of sorts. Like it was in the first best of 1, just a little bit of a team seat problem. Nothing major. Should be a clean 3-0 start for Ago. So far, so good.
So far, so good. Yeah, this is probably the best thing. Well, this is the best start they could have hoped for. And given what they have to face, they're going to be comfortable in their shoes currently. And I think, more so, it's quite clear that Ago, even if they were to lose around here or 1 or 2, they wouldn't be overly conflicted about it. They know that this is T-side Inferno. It's going to be difficult to play. They know what North can do. And, they probably had at least a bit of a glimpse of the series between North and Ambush. So they kind of have an idea what to expect in terms of their mental fortitude. And in that essence, as long as they keep together, at least not make foolish mistakes, I think they should be dealing a pretty deadly blow early on here to North itself. At least in terms of, how well they can control their economy and such. But let ourselves be surprised as North is coming in with Deagles. There will be firepower that cannot really be rivaled if used correctly. And there we go, Cajun B. Nice beginning. As Furlan, though, will refrag, and we are back to square one again. A little bit of a mini engagement towards mid that doesn't really warrant for much more. Xcomago seemingly again going back towards the B, though. I'm not surprised again.
They found early success on this site, so why not exploit it? Get those first couple rounds on the board, and that's exactly what they are looking for. Ago. Smoke down towards CT. Oscarish, that first line of entry. Guarantees the early frag. Christo might be able to trade maybe one back, but no, forced into ruins before he really gets a chance. That bomb does go down. HL, is barrel not visible to Christo, so just trying to play for the angle. There we go. That should be a fairly simple wrap-up of the round itself. Xcomago, 3-0 start. Pretty self-explanatory. North, though. Just by taking that extra eco round, you can see after the round loss bonus has been added, they'll have around $5,000 to $6,000 each player, so we should be seeing... I'd assume they want to go into double AWP straight away just by taking this double eco. But again, it's going to guarantee that at least MSL on the AWP has a very plentiful buy round. You can see 6,250 will guarantee that, of course, but it's dependent whether they want to bring in a secondary. I don't think they will. No, straight into the rifles, but plenty of utility. Diffuse kits, which is nice to see. And an overall great buy from North. It is time for them to start winning rounds, though. Xcomago. CT side is so far limited. Ago looking to make that evidently so. T side so far off to a nice beginning.
Off to a start that we had initially predicted a little bit. So again, they will find themselves success. Christo refrags, but it's Furlan that keeps the numbers down low yet again. Cajun B through CT, unexpected, but not unwelcome as he takes himself up for the grab. A 3-on-3 ensues. The bomb is in pool. This is a bit of a commitment, a bit of a stretch by Xcomago. They are putting themselves in grave danger here. We should remind everybody that right now this 3-on-3 is favoring North and especially the way it has all been posted. Although, oh please, oh boy,
oh barrel spotted.
Oh, yeah. Furlan is dead. Oh no, never mind. Furlan is dead, but he takes down MSL before he falls. And Cajun B, the reply has to be imminent, and he will get it. Luckily enough, he's able to secure that shot. That was vital. Back into a 1-on-2 now. Fiku, do you win this? Well, surely you have no other choice but to try, and let's find out for ourselves, shall we? Oh. Not sure if he was spotted. I'm fairly certain he was not.
Yeah, being heard, but either way, Fiku tries to swing into Cajun B, not going to get the drop on him. Unfortunately, North, first round on the board. Off the mark. Is nice to see. Xcomago, and money not even that great across the 5 players either, so I think they have gone for a buy round. Some will be limited. But North already guaranteeing that they are off the mark here and putting that first round on the board. You can see, though, Galil's already a factor here for the Aggo side. They lose this one, and an eco round will be on the way for them. A chance for North to right the wrongs of the start of the game so far. Ooh, easy, though. Does damage. It is Furlan that trades the first kill, though.
Yes, it is. A good start here for Excomago, yet again opening it up with presence being made towards Banana, forcing North into a defensive posture. Might not be to their liking, but they have no other choice. If they were wanting to retake Banana, they would have to utilize the majority of their utility left, and that would again leave them very stranded, very constrained, constricted more specifically. Fiku, he's going to be approaching through short delayed while the rest of his team make their way through long. Let's see if they actually succeed in taking A site, though. It's not necessarily an A split full yet, as they could go back towards B. They have a player deep in Banana. That would be Furlan in that case. Oh, MSL. MSL. The smoke is about to fade, and he doesn't check, or at least doesn't seem to be aware of Grubby as KGB gets caught. Oh, no. Fade. Oh, that is just crazy. Fiku just like, yeah, sure, I'll cross the smoke. I'll get the first in broken wall, then the second on their balcony. I can see through walls, mates. Wow. That was a little bit anticlimactic, wasn't it?
Yeah, it really was. And Christou last alive, you can see the effect that this has, unfortunately. When he gone, single FAMAS saved. Not even an AWP to be retrieved here. Might be able to get away with the kill on Fiku, but never mind. No reaction at all. 4-1, Excomago. Putting the pressure on here on this T side, and this is scary. The fact that this is the North map pick. They are in a spot of bother already, and it's very early days. We can't take anything from this yet. You look at the way that so far Excomago are progressing, and the fact that North are on the CT side. The economy we know is a very tough aspect of a CT side to play. This is where things can get dicey very early. Very simple cleanup of the eco round. No kills whatsoever. Only 35 damage even done so far. But the round that North have to win. Unless they want Excomago progressing to already close to 8 rounds and winning the first half. They've got to start showing up, and so far, Excomago, they've been pretty pristine off the mark.
Quite pristine, yeah. This is a hell of a beginning. I didn't expect it. I gotta be honest. I thought North could put up a bit of a better defense, a bit of a better presence, but seems like we were very wrong, mate. Excomago, they might not have an AWP on MHL. Let's see if MSL will be making a difference in that part. We're about to find out. Here comes the pop flash. It blinds nothing. It blinds no one. Furlan will be caught as MSL comes in for the refrag, but look at Grubby. He's already made his way in towards CT. Christou, he seems to be aware, although he was aware for a second, but in the end, he runs out of options. He runs out of position as Grubby takes him out. It's MSL on site that's now going to have to hold the line by himself, by his lonesome. Top mid, Cajun B spots a player in Mexico. Needs to be careful. Cannot afford to lose him as well. Oh, he spotted the leg. I'm fairly certain. Yeah, MSL spots the leg, misses the shot though, and that will prompt the rest of Excomago to push forward. And now they know he's in triple. They dropped the bomb carrier, at least. MSL giving himself a chance, a fighting chance, but he centers his aim just in the most unopportune of moments. And wow, Excomago, boys. This is something else entirely. And, you know, this is what I meant when I said that their T side is much more scared than their CT. And, well, it is.
A cause for concern now, yeah. North here are definitely floundering on the CT side. With, again, a single M4 being saved and the fact that, sure, he is going to get away with it, but max round loss bonus isn't even going to cover their losses here. They're not able to get a buy round off of the back of this one. Which, interestingly enough, going to keep extending the scoreline for Aggo. This is 7-1 on the horizon. Not even that. The scoreline here is nothing compared to what this could, or the effect that it could be having on Aggo here. The fact that they are gaining momentum very early. This isn't just a 6 or 7 run of rounds on the T side. This is setting themselves up mentally for the rest of the game already. The fact that they can go into CT side with minimum, most likely 7 rounds, especially on North's map pick, that is going to keep them elevated here in this first map already, knowing that they've got train to go play on after this.
Oh yeah, that's the scary part, isn't it? When you think about it, having to go on Thrain next, and you're already getting beaten quite hard here on your own map pick. It definitely gives them a bit of pause in their breath. Likewise for Excomago, well, it's the counterpoint. It's like, oh, we're winning this easily, or at least we're taking it this simple. Fair enough. We don't mind. We love it. And we can see right now, the eco round here for North will be taken very seriously. They'll be stacking B site. I like it. They'll be putting their cards in one basket, and that's not a bad idea. You need to be careful. Do not get yourself caught.
Block. Aggo, as far as I can tell, they've only been to the A side once. And with the way that this B bomb site is working out for them, I'm glad that they are still keeping this up right now. As you can see, it's no challenge. And even with Gade on the M4 boosted on Flower, he gets no opportunity whatsoever to be able to come out with anything. Bomb goes down. Look at the economy of Aggo before we even, take a look at anything else. Majority of these players will be 10,000 plus after this round already. Asian B tries to do as much damage as possible, but going to make a difference this time. 7-1. Rebuy to come from North. I expect, again, the single AWP, that is going to be a factor. Surprising that they've not actually gone for a second AWP with times being a little tough, but they can't give any more rounds to XCOM Aggo here. They're putting the first map already in jeopardy. If Aggo reached 9-10 rounds, like we saw on T side of Overpass for North themselves, 9-10 rounds, that's too many on a T side, especially on their map pick right now.
It's scary. That's all I'm say. It's very scary. And I love the fact that they're finally taking deep banana control as well. Although they are losing top mid, they're going to be playing a bit of a defensive posture, a bit of a defensive setup. Christo, good for one only. The pop flash did work to tag on to Oscarish as well. The nade comes in by Gade as it finishes off the IGL. It's Grubby that keeps on pushing. Going to be caught MHL, though. The reply is imminent. And the Tech 9 in his hands will be enough. And he spots the player long. Oh, no, Easy! Getting himself caught. That's crucial. Because now it's down to MSL. No kit, a single smoke, and they will presume that he's coming from somewhere middle, as they already spot him. MSL on bicycle. Oh, he's spotted by Fiku as MHL finishes the job. And you called it 8-1, and I did not think Excomago would make it look this simple, this easy. And Cajun B, he holds his line. He's good for the part that he needed to play in, but in the end, Excomago, this is something else entirely.
I'm very impressed right now, the fact that this is going so one-sidedly. Considering that North, we can keep saying that this is their map pick, sure, but maps are, very, very dependent on performance, but this is CT side right now. The fact that Aggo are making this look so comfortable on a T side, where they have to be aggressing, where they have to be the active players here. It's a very, very deadly sign of what is to come here for the side of North right now. And thankfully this time, a couple kills go their favor. They retrieve some AKs. This is an eco round, so it would be very nice for North to win. Where do Aggo go from here? The timing. MSL turns back towards long at the right time. Cajun B, though. Players walk out at the most opportune of moments. MSL peeks for a refrag, but not able to get it. Towards the site he goes. Library already held control of, though, as Groovy gets away with 2 right now. Gade, a 3rd to come as well, as MSL. Fury trades the frag, but he's now left isolated. Toward the B site they will go. It's a read by MSL, but with a Deagle, no Kevlar, good luck preventing it.
This is gonna be...
But he is left.
Crazy
In a bit of an
tough.
awkward
Not
1v.
impossible, but crazy tough. Oh, he's gonna prevent the plant, surely. Yes, he will. Though, Grubby's in action. Grubby's prepared. And Grubby, he will not mind trading his teammate without a problem. 9-1. I am not sure what has changed between North versus Ambush and what has gone down between the hour of the last 2 games, but this is a different North that we saw against Ambush. Very much just lacking in detail, lacking in confidence by the looks of it. And oh my god, MSL! He doesn't even have a chance to shoot! This is crazy! MHL! He keeps on giving, he keeps on taking, and well, the Lord giveth and the Lord taketh. And right now it's MHL. I mean, did he perform some blood rites? Did he say some prayers? Did Ambush lose against North or North win against Ambush? And then they know that they faced them in the best of 3 series where they apparently read them like an open book. This is crazy times right now. Christo in triple. Surely he's checked, right? Well, we're about to find out. Gate at least locking out 1.
Yeah, that's better. Christo does manage to close out Furl, and Molly is good, but Flash
Christo!
better. Keeps this side alive for just that little bit longer as Groovy.
Beautiful.
There we go. Finally. From a 5-on-3 down to a 3-on-1. They'll close it out. Second round on the board for North, and it's nothing spectacular, but it just gives them just that little bit of glimmer of hope. Thankfully, that is what they need. MHL will try and do as much damage as possible. They know the economy is still incredibly fragile, so round to CT he will go. If he can deny one of these weapon saves, it does make it a hell of a lot easier to get out of this round and get into the next and still be on top. But nevertheless, it's a second round for North. It's exactly what they needed. Thankfully, they should be now confirming that as MHL. I don't think he'll be getting too much more out of this round either. Not wanting to overextend and lose his AWP, so we'll sit back. Oof, okay, never mind. There we go. They take out 1 extra rifle. Still has economic damage. XCOMAGO, despite losing the round, still controlling what North will do in the next.
And this is currently a battle of wits, a battle of mental fortitude. Who can stick it out the longer? Who can hold it out the longer? Christo, he displayed some amazing moments here of great trigger control and a great mind for the defense. It was enough in the end, but, well, the round, as you said, will open up with a banger as MSL gets caught by MHL. We are watching a potential undoing of North here. At least, well, for the most part, we still are watching it, not just the potential one. Overall, North having a very tough start to begin with. After losing the pistol, it seemed to all go down sideways. In either case, let's find out what the goal here is for XCOMAGO. Is it a B execution? By the looks of it, that's exactly the case.
It is interesting that North did pick into Inferno, considering their run of games that they have right now. They've lost 5 in a row in terms of just playing across April and May, which is scary. Easy though. What isn't scary is how good his B hold is. 2 kills returned by Ago though. Site is still open. Plant will go down. Cajun B just not able to connect the dots there. Oof. Tag on to MHL. Keeps him alive just barely, Fiku. Side of that CT smoke. To be incredibly careful as soon as it starts to dissipate. It's about right now. Oh, timing could not have been better. Cajun B too distracted. MHL finds the kill. Money gone for North. Double digits
Worst
for Ago.
scenario.
We continue.
This is legitimately the worst case scenario. North, I'm not even sure what the response can be here. At this point, it's more damage control than anything else that you need to pull out, and basically make sure that they do not transfer this current state of mind that they seemingly are in to train as well. A 5-10 half, it's unlikely. It is possible, but it's unlikely. Anything below 5-10, anything worse than that, even 11-4 in that mind is... Yeah, it's already a partial nail in the coffin, the proverbial one, of course, and a bit of a stack towards short. I like it, keeping it simple, not complicating their lives, but seems like Grubby, he doesn't care about complications, he doesn't care about stacks, he's just like, yeah, I'm gonna take that fight, it's all easy. Well, 11-2, as XCOMAGO is on a whole nother level right now. This is something else entirely.
Scary how good that they're looking right now. This is a very, very convincing performance, and the fact that this is going as convincingly as this, it's a very, very shocking sign. But again, it is interesting the fact that North did actually pick into Inferno. Like, it's not like it's a horrible map for Aggo. It's not like they're sitting on 0% win rate. They have like 40% compared to North's 25.
Exactly.
Like, sure, they've played against Astralis, G2, you know, FaZe across the last 2 months or so, but when you lose 16-8 to, you know, the likes of Astralis and G2, sure, it's a very high level of Counter-Strike that you're playing, but you lost the map. No matter what team it is against, you've still come out with a loss, and you are on 5 losses in a row. If that's not a telltale sign that you probably shouldn't be playing Inferno, I don't know what is.
Yeah, it's. Do you recall it was the same with wait, which team it was? Was it one of the Polish teams, like maybe the old Honorous, aka back then Artsy, who were continuously picking into? I believe it was Train that they had like 5-6 losses on Train, and they continuously picked into it. And it was XCOMAGO. Yeah, I remember now. XCOMAGO as well. They had an issue way back now, obviously, with having the same map being picked by them continuously, and then having like 7-8 losses in a row. So there seems to be this idea that, you know, if you have 5-6 losses or less even, that eventually you'll have to win one, right? So maybe this is what North was counting on. Unfortunately, they seem to be counting wrong or not counting at all. But either way, let's find out if this B take holds, as North is about to meet their undoing. Single mistake could cost them everything here. Oh, snap.
Again, just trying to exploit this angle. Been done before and has successfully paid off. There we go. Good spam. Oscarish gets away with the refrag quickly. Christo in the corner. Flashbang was perfect. Keeps him blind temporarily. Good peek out. Christo not able to transfer the spray. Finally connects the dots.
There we go.
Asian B wrapping it up. 11-3. It's still a scary half though. 12-3 or 11-4. Either way, XCOMAGO T-side double digits. They'll be happy with this no matter what.
Yes, they will. I mean, like I said, right? Even 11-4 is for XCOMAGO just the high heavens, really, for what they probably had in mind. Because if you're XCOMAGO, you're thinking to yourself, okay, guys, you know, we can win. It's not going to be easy, but we can win. And well, let's hold on that thought for a second. Oscarish, he gets himself one. Now, they know there's an op on B. Do they chase it or do they fall back? Seems to be the latter rather than the former. Oh, another free frag, perhaps? Cajun beat? Nope. He's going to miss his chance for Fiku. But as I was saying, XCOMAGO, they must have been thinking in this position like, sure, it's Inferno, right? Let's take it. Let's see what we can do. If we can get, let's say, 6-7 rounds on the first half, we're good. We're Gucci. We should be fine. And, well, then you find yourself with 11. How the hell do you, like,
right?
This is such a mental boost. This is such a boost of overall confidence. It's crazy to even consider anything but a quick finisher here. And XCOMAGO, they're about to hit the A site. They already know where gate is, and... You know, I said 11-4 is equally as good as any other result for Excomago. Well, 12-3 is pretty much godlike, and at this point, Christo and MSL, good luck, mates. You're gonna need a lot of it.
Seriously, this is very, very open right now for Excomago to really dominate here. MSL, nice return. Spots ahead inside of Pit as well. Molotov down, but not that it will make a difference this time. FIQ even comfortable enough to sit in the Molotov. 12-3. What a performance from the side of Ago right now. Look at the KD of MHL. 5.25. 143 ADR on Groovy. What are we witnessing right now?
I'm just loving it. Every single bit of it. And could we just get a quick... Oh, 21 frags. Yeah, I mean, that explains it all. Of course. 21, 22. This is just crazy. By the way, boys, do not forget, whilst we're having this quick series, this quick first map of this best of 3, there is a giveaway going on, and that giveaway is not going to be as quick, thankfully, as North seems to be. I hope they're not as quick in bed as they are here. The giveaway, of course, by Skin Baron alongside Grid, or the other way around, Grid alongside Skin Baron, are providing you vouchers, an M9 Damascus Steel Bayonet, and, well, an M4A1S, a very nice one. So go check it out on Twitter at the Esports Bible. Let's keep it up, though. The pistol is live as we continue into our second half.
Ooh, easy. Burning Furlan alive. Great start so far. Pistol round, maybe yet still salvageable. If they can keep this side at bay for now. 5-on-4 retake. Christo holding banana, checked by FIQ, does get the drop early. Looking for a second, and MHL provides. They spot out the player in pool. Thankfully not able to isolate, but there we go.
No
MSL
way.
Left in the corner, they even spot the barrel, close it out, and Oscarish gets it. Bomb goes down, they get money, but not get the round. 13-3, Ago, they continue their ascent.
Somebody call the priest. North need their final rites because this is too much. This is... What is going on right now? How is Excomago... Like, how? Excomago, I really want to know what happened to you guys during the 2-hour break. It's like, okay, yeah, North, we can see something obviously went wrong, but for Excomago, something went incredibly right. Oh, they maybe won a lottery or something. It's like, you know. Oscarish is like, hey, if we can win against North, I can win the lottery. He goes to win the lottery, and then it's like, oh, wait, we win against North. Sure. I don't know, man. This is... I mean, it's not that big of a lottery, of course. North. It's not like North are a giant that we're painting them to be, but it's still, this is an achievement, quite an achievement in itself for Excomago, and I'm very happy to see them, you know, play this well, because, as I've said before in the best of one we did against Movistar Riders with them, we've been following them for such a long time. Some of the players for over 2 years, specifically Oscarish, that comes to mind immediately. And they deserve every single, you know, every single praise they can get. They really are working hard at it. Although, this round will finish quickly as Excomago do not have a response to the aggression, and North will find their fourth. Barely, but they do.
Much better from North. Brute force being the way in this time, and it actually does pay its price. We'll give them somewhat of a saving grace here. Keep this side alive, let's say, but for how long is probably the better question here. So far, is it's not feeling particularly too lasting, perhaps. I think as soon as Ago bring out the rifles again, as soon as they get back to that sort of momentum, I feel like it might be high tides for them. MSL. There we go. They do take out the final rifle. Oscar is trying to play safe. Yeah. But a force buy round to come. A chance of 13-6 at least for North before the rebuy. North,
boys, you need to bring a little bit of that cold blood now, because you need to be cold-blooded to take down Excomago. That much is clear. Perhaps the warm air that is coming to Europe is hitting you up a little bit, and you're now kind of thawing the ice and all. But come on, boys. You got to do this a little bit differently. You have to approach it very tactfully and make sure you don't lose players for nothing. And Christo, he will be traded back. So if nothing else, he got himself one. That's good. That's a good start. Although, look at the immediate response from XCOM. They put themselves into a very aggressive motion towards that second mid apps, and this leaves North perhaps in a bit of a dangerous, precarious position. Luckily, it seems to be well controlled by MSL, and this should be an exit frag scenario for XCOM as they are looking to save what they have left in the bank. Maybe a little bit of damage here and there, but overall, it's a save of the weapons, most certainly. Cajun B, though, aware as a hawk. I like it. Should get some support, though.
Yeah, nice to see so far. Ruby getting away with at least a second frag here in this round. Very easy wrap up for North, though. 13-5. At least generating rounds. At least if this map does go a little pear-shaped, they've got extra rounds behind them to move into train. But I think that's a whole different conversation in itself. 3 maps played on train over the last 3 months. 1 victory against Endpoint back in April, very early April. We've played both Forza and Heroic either side of that, most recently against Heroic. The end of May 21st, actually, 16-9 loss that they took. You know, it's scary that if Aggo do get away with Inferno, which so far looks incredibly likely, the series is still under threat, like massively. Like this could be an Aggo 2-0.
That's exactly what I was kind of touching upon in the pre-game that I was worried about. And oh my lord, once again, oh my Neil, this is getting a little bit out of hand. Furlan! Oh boy, wrap him in furs and give him a golden throne, because right now Furlan deserves that. Gade, last guy alive, last man alive. I did not predict that, or I would have never predicted that XCOM could potentially win on an eco round, and they have yet to win, but hot dang it if they're not very close to that. And Gade, Gade, he made sound. They know he's there. They know where he is. Worst part, it's 3 he has to take down. Oh, Gade.
This could
sneaky
work.
beaky like.
Oh,
but yeah, Oscar is just.
Okay, there we go.
Oh boy,
I thought for a second.
Oh, I gotta be honest. I shriveled up a little bit there. It's like, oh no way again. You know, another ring around the rosy like on overpass there between Ambush and North. But luckily that doesn't happen. 14-5, and yeah, that was an eco victory for XCOM. All I can say is, North, you better start taking this seriously.
It's scary at this point. The fact that this is so one-sided by Aggo, the fact that they are even winning eco rounds, like, yeah, this is scary to say the least. North here, they've essentially got one final buy round left in map number 1. If they lose it, we pretty much know where this first map is going at least. Look at this, so confident, Fiku. That by the top of short, seeing if he can find any info. There is a gap in the smoke. I believe Gade is aware of this, but North, so are they. They'll pull back. They'll be playing at least safe. Oscarish, believe he hasn't spotted anything yet. Now will do, though. Drops the smoke just at the top of Banana. Gets himself out alive and safe. Waits for the support, which instantly arrives. Rotate was very quick there from Furlan, which is what you like to see. It allows Oscarish to already get in position. See what North can do. Furlan baiting the information for the spam. Trying to lull Oscarish into a false sense of security. They get away with the first. Good trade. Perfect. Much better. B site now controlled.
Certainly it is, and certainly it gives them a chance to keep on going here. Cajun B. That was a bit of a close spray. Could almost see another frag going to XCOM and potentially the round itself already. Although Gade is going to be taking a very aggressive stance. He's standing on top of tower here. On top of yellow, more specifically. The MSL keeps clean of ruins, and that should be enough. I think at this point, Fiku and Grubby realize they need to save up. Christo will be trying to get an exit frag. Will be punished though for that. And Excomago, they'll let another one slide. They've already got 14 though. They shouldn't be overly concerned. They're not even halfway there yet. So overall, North, they kick off with a bit of a weird start. You know, a very uncomfortable beginning. A 13-2 half as well. It's like, holy hell, right? You're putting yourself in grave danger. Excuse me, a 12-3 half, not a 13-2. Still, they seem to not be overly affected by that, and that's a good sign. Like, they're not, you know, they're not losing hope. I hope so, at least. You know, I can only say that, not really know that. But let's see. A rebuy for XCOM. Oh my... What is going on right here? Grubby!
Oh my god, what?
Oh, what? What is this round? What is this madness? Did somebody call Sheogorat? Because it feels like we're back in Oblivion.
Oh.
What? MSL, how did you not split Fico?
Oh my god, the molly as well. Cajun B, what is this?
Oh, what?
What is this round? What kind of simulation are we living in?
I am fairly certain that Sheogorath was the one that had controlled this round, because that was just insanity and madness and complete and utter devoid of logic of whatsoever kind, and just what the hell happened there? Cajun B, it's unfortunate, you know, obviously, but Excomago, they just roll over North. It's like, how is this even okay? 15-6, I guess we're there, man. I guess we're there. Series, excuse me, map point for Excomago. The map choice of North. Who would have thought? North are going south, boys. North are going south.
They, yeah, really are. This is interesting right now. 2 AKs, 3 pistols. Yeah, I think we know where this is going. I think we are very quickly heading into map number 2 and almost wiping out
MHL.
auto map pick. MHL doesn't even die. Fiku claims a second. 5 on 3 already. Unlucky North, but absent is probably the right word for this map.
Oh, that's a good word. Yeah, most definitely. Absent in mind, absent in presence, and in general, just out of it completely. Well, it's down to the one and only AZ, and well, he will be hazy, and there it is, 16-6. The final score for map 1 Inferno, as Excomago deliver a deadly blow without further repercussions. I am only gonna say that this felt like the movie Babica gre na jug, which is in translation to English, Grandma is going south, and that was certainly a south-sided turn for North, and I hope they go back up north. I hope the compass they have at least is pointing to North at least, because maybe the compass is broken, who knows, but either way, that is going to be map 1, man. I am not sure what to expect on Train at this point if Ago is keeping up this pace.
Seriously, I am very, very overwhelmed with how Ago played on that map, but it is Train that is coming up next. We'll take a short break. Before we go, of course, make sure to check out the Skin Baron giveaway that we've got for you. M9 Damascus Steel, M4A1S skin, vouchers on their website. Go and check it out. Do not go anywhere, though. We will join you in a matter of minutes, 10 to be precise, where we'll start to look at Train, the second map of Excomago. It's their pick. It is maybe a series decider. Do not go anywhere. You don't want to miss it.
proving ground. He pushes up close to this defensive main.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, of course, as we will be getting into map number 2 here on Train. It is XCOM Aggo versus North, now on Aggo's map pick after they wiped North off of the face of the earth on Inferno. North have got a lot to do here. They've got to keep themselves in the series, and they've got to do it on Aggo's map to survive in this series.
Oh, yes, they do. There's a lot of work to be had, a lot of presence to be made, and hopefully, well, we're going to be seeing exactly that from North. Their disappointing performance of Inferno was, to say the very least, just a complete and utter failure. And if I'd had to pinpoint one thing, it's probably just a mental breakdown. Well, not in the way we know it, but definitely a breakdown of the whole team mentality and everything in between. And it just looked like they were completely lost in the series themselves, just like Ambush were against North, for example. But the pistol is live. Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. Let's see if North can make a difference.
Here we go. North on this T side will be setting themselves up for what seems like more of a B-sided take. Were read somewhat well by XCOM Aggo themselves. They've got players waiting for the adjustment. At least 2 on the B bomb site in pistol is always the right way to go about this, as Fiku gets away with the early entry. Gade allowed to cross to the back of the site, but not for long as MHL dispatches Furlan somehow just manages to survive. It's a clean pistol. They lose absolutely nobody.
Yeah. That
oh dear.
Works. That works. Oh dear is also a good way to put it. Certainly a bit of a nice start here for XCOM Aggo. And I'll just say it's just a start, boys. It's just a pistol. It's nothing. It can still be going anywhere here. North on their south side right now, they are a little bit backhanded, or dealt a bit of a backhanded blow. It's only, you know, just a bit of a hit. Full eco. I respect this choice. They seem to be taking this a little bit differently. But out of force buy here, they'll be putting themselves basically in the hands of the maker. And in this case, that maker would be Fiku, because the MP9 truly shapes everybody. In any case, XCOM Aggo yet again kicking off with a bit of a banger. They won the first pistol on Inferno as well, mind you, and North were able to win the turn point gun round, right? They won the 3rd round, I believe, if I'm not wrong. So it was 1-2.
Yeah.
But then all went to hell. So let's see if, again, perhaps North are going to allow that to happen. Either way, it's going to be the first gun round. Galil, AKs, and limited utility. How far can they go?
Not a great buy around, but it's workable. Nice nade onto AZ. Gets the early trade back. The MP9 damage was good.
Oh, what?
Ruby a bit over aggressive. Wide swings down towards Ivy. This might just be North replicating their exact same output here on Train as they got on Inferno. First gun round looking likely now, with Fiku the only surviving player on this B bomb site. MP9 is always very precarious, especially when it's solo holding. We'll need MHL with a quick rotate through heaven if they do want to survive here, and thankfully, there he is. There's the man himself. MP9 comes through as well. Double. And Fiku isolates Cajun B. There's a tag already in. MHL finishes the job. Cajun got away with 2 there and nearly made it doable, but Aggo, they continue. Clean streak.
This is, you know, honestly, this is scary, man. I have not seen XCOM Aggo in such a form, with such ferocity before. It's been ages since we've last seen this kind of a performance out of the Polish scene, and like, once again, I think there's a potential contender in here that, you know, we could be seeing some sort of a top 15, top 20 listing. You know, if in case this is not just a single stint, just a single series or overall a day of performance for them, if they can make this to a consistent level, God knows where they can lead them to. North on the other side, though, another eco, of course, this time on a B push. They will get themselves a frag, actually. Quite a little bit of damage dealt. This is definitely dangerous territory for Excomago. They cannot be risking it too much. As KGB tries to take a rifle, actually gets it. AZ the second deagle shot. This is much better now. Maybe this eco is actually winnable, as North do lose one more, unfortunately. And KGB widens his angle just a tiny bit too much. But as I was saying, this is a scary Ago that we're seeing here. And I do not wish to see what they can become. Well, excuse me, let me rephrase. I would want to see what they can become. Although, it is still scary. It's just very scary. It's like, wow, I am taken aback by their qualité.
Yeah, seriously. They are looking scarily good right now. And the fact that they seem to have not... What's the right word here without being offensive to Furlan? They seem to look more comprehensive under the leadership of Oscarish. They seem to be very concise. Their rounds very rarely seem to go pear-shaped in terms of the one-by-one pushes that we were very accustomed to seeing Ago previously do, which seems to have maybe been ratted out here so far. Gade, great return, though. Should have been dead there off of the back of Oscarish's peak, but does work out this time. Ruby, nice response. Ooh, Ruby, bit over-aggressive, though. Fiku will join him, try and put the pressure onto Pop Dog to see what he can find. Furlan playing the off angle. It is definitely doable here to work this round in their favor. Ooh, bomb.
Oh, he's going to prevent it.
Planted, denies it. Only gets away with the one, though. That should be the first gun round for North. 1-on-3 from Fiku's point of view. 50 health. Should be wrapped up. Should be first on the board for North.
Well, it's better late than never. And in this case, it's not too late. It's the T-side they're working with. And we all know it's very hard to play T-side train. You are left with limited options if you lose too many players too early on. And above all else, just entering onto the site can be a great commotion and a great deal of strategy involved and problematics in between. Oh, Fiku is going to take a parting gift. He's going to make sure that Christo does not save his rifle, leaving a very vulnerable side of North to lick their wounds and potentially bring about the second round as well, as the money for Excomago is actually fairly limited. 3 players down to below $3,000. Having them play an eco here would be logical. Although, never mind. I was like, you know, if they decide to go for the investment, surely they'll drop a rifle or two, maybe one bought up, but then, you know, that $7,000 could drop an M4, but no, double up. Furlan glass cannon. I'm not a fan of that, I'll be honest. I wouldn't have wanted to see Furlan on a glass cannon, but it's where we are right now.
I'm glad that he's at least playing safe. Backs away. Doesn't want to challenge down Ivy fully, which is definitely respectable. They do have to be aware of this angle, though, and I believe they will be. As far as I can tell, Furlan is watching from that position. Top of the train, so does have the look down towards Ivy. Quite a nice little off angle, actually, especially with having pop control and main control. Furlan's got a nice little angle that he can actually play from and be fairly safe without really being challenged here. So that is what he is looking to put into effect right now. Groovy up close and personal side of main. This could definitely pay off, or it backfires, one of the two. Flashbang over the top, though. Furlan's position good. Groovy's even better. Gets away with a refrag, but again, there's Groovy. These MP9s just being such an issue for North to handle here, and as MHL cleans out AZ, it's all down to MSL. A 1-on-3, and of course it will not pay its price. 5-1, and back to winning ways for the CT side.
I really just want to see a bit of a headstrong North in this case, and what I mean by that is just be a bit more composed in your attacks right now, because we can see after they get an entry, they can get very frisky. They like to take it quickly, and I get that, right? You want to finish the round, you want to secure it, even if needed single-handedly. But it's apparent that this is not working out. It's apparent that it didn't work out on Inferno, and if you just keep on doing the same thing over and over again, you know what they call that? Madness. They call it insanity.
Yeah.
And right now, luckily, that's not the case. Fiku will be dealt with. That MP9 out of order. Though an A play might be in motion here.
I think North might want to split, say, toward this A bomb site. With the way that Furlan is currently holding, we'll have to be careful down Ivy. Oscarish gets out at the right time. Furlan, oh, could not have gotten luckier. Christu caught with his pants down, nade in hand, already giving them that first kill. Nade through into main, only does minimal damage, but it's a scout onto AZ that is the weapon of choice, not as pertinent as a rifle, and you can see the economy really held up here by North so far. Well, I'm making sure that Ivy is still clear.
Oh, look at this cross. I love this cross.
Yeah, it's such a nice setup. They've got Pop and main covered, especially with Oscarish playing this little off angle. He's, again, under minimal threat. Gets away with the kill. He's got a teammate holding main. The smoke allows Groovy to go close.
Whoa, what?
This time goes aggro.
Groovy, what? What was that? Grubby, he's making some trivial errors, but in the end, his teammates are saving his ass. This time, I'm not sure they could, or they can, although, MHL, oh! Yeah, like, Grubby, there's no reason to be that aggressive in that motion, in that sense, because you do not know what else is waiting for you in Pop, and if you take a moment, if you take a second, you maybe would have realized that there's a player there, and jumping straight into him is not going to solve your problems. But luckily, like I said, his teammates are saving his ass right now for that critical error, in my mind at least, because it could have easily gone to North. They've only needed a little bit of a better setup, and most likely they would have been able to get the round, if nothing else. 6-1 though, XCOM Ago. This is something else entirely. The performance is just putting up a new milestone here, and North is yet to even come close to.
It's scary how quickly this is going right now. It's a B bomb site attack, Fiku. You get blinded by the first couple players. Good little attack from North, actually, as they managed to at least take over Connector. Smoke down, though. Gade already damage done. Dealt down to 23. MSL already checked, of course, a very obvious angle. Asian B coming in from the flanks, but I think that should be ratted out fairly soon. You get an M4 to play with, but as they're already on to the bomb site, already spotted out by Oscarish, they get the plant, money gained, but 7-1. Yeah. 8 rounds against Astralis. Is 8 rounds even possible against Ago? There's something about this Ago side right now. I don't know what is clicking together, but I love it.
Yeah, me too, man. I really do. Also, did you notice North is not taking any timeouts?
Yeah, they've had none across this, like...
They've used none on Inferno, as far as I can recall, and they've used it only against Ambush on Overpass when they lost like a 1 round or 2. So there has to be more to this than just the fact that they are not feeling comfortable, they're not feeling overly confident. Like, there has to be more to it outside of the game. Maybe something happened and you know, we're just because this is the different North that we're used to seeing, at least for the most part. Yeah, sure, without Kirby it's hard, but let's be honest, this shouldn't be as huge of a problem as it is. Like, it is obviously gonna be a problem, right, going up against XCOM, but it's not like this is the penultimate enemy, their arch villain that is just getting one up on them every single time. This is just another cog in the wheel that they have to deal with. And MSL, well, he's certainly going to be treating it as such, finally. As MSL finds the second, Oscarish being flushed out. Success finally on the verge, or on the horizon for North.
Ooh, wouldn't count it out
horizon,
yet, though, as MHL sneaks through the smoke, drops the bomb, leaves them now in a very sticky situation because MHL, all he needs to do is watch down towards Pop Dog. That bomb has not yet been retrieved. They'll isolate the players. The smoke goes down. The shot gets close. MSL isolates into a one-on-one. Spots out the player and gets it. A 4K for the man himself. Takes some heroics from the experienced boy to win the round. But North at least guarantee a second.
Yes, they do. And all thanks to MSL there. The one and only man that is keeping the current dream for North alive. 2 rounds is not enough yet, but it's enough to break the CTs in this case. XCOMAGO forced into pistols and Kevlar. Oh, we're hearing that. We're hearing a snap. Gade tagged heavily. There's an AK that could be lost, and it will be. That's a secondary weapon.
Please not again.
Oh, Inferno, we already saw one full eco victory.
Flashbacks.
I don't want to see another one, at least not yet. Luckily, Christo seems to be on angle. And they will control it finally. Oh, thank you. Thank you, North, for not making this a nightmarish ending. Whew.
We can settle for now.
Yeah. The moment it's going to be calm and collected. But a full buy here for XCOMAGO. Let's see what they make out of it.
No AWP, but the second best AUG in the hands of MHL. Still has that scope to play with. The rest, of course, down into those M4s. Decent utility as well to handle this one. Flashbang is good. MSL forced into the corner, but gets away with the first kill. Groovy again. Just that little bit too over-aggressive. Good deal of the damage by Christo. And that'll be the round already secured. North, they're on the uprise. They are back into this game now. 7-4 and a full eco round to come. 7-5 looking likely. Maybe even a force. I don't think that's necessary. But either way, I'm glad to see North at least winning rounds before this first half was really abandoned by them.
Yeah, it really was. And let's see what their what the reply, or what kind of reply there will be for them. If they can keep up this pace now with 4 rounds gathered, anything above 5-6 is going to be perfection compared to what they had to deal with before. And I would dare say that XCOMAGO do need a bit of a shake-up, a little bit of a roughing of the feathers. North cannot be this, how to say, passive, maybe not pacifist, but rather like not looking for the fight, not giving them any reason to scare them, to be afraid of them, right? Because right now, XCOMAGO, the reason why they're this far ahead, this quickly, this easily, is because they were not scared of any sort of aggression, any sort of anything, really. They just took the challenge when it was, and, well, MSL, he's going to be taking matters into his own hands. It's nice to see that for a difference.
Garish at least gets away with a simple kill. Will not be changing the outcome of the round, of course, or shouldn't be. Shot by Oscarish at least connects another tag of damage, but MSL cleans it up fairly easily. Furlan in the 1-on-4. Well, there we go. AZ able to close it out. 7-5. Looking a lot better now here, as they will be able to rebuy on the side of Ago. Finally, a solid bit of economy to come their way, but North, thankfully, they've been able to stabilize somewhat in this first half. 5 rounds is now, it's like the minimum benchmark that we set for a T side. They've at least hit the mark, let's say. Not going to be a complete outcast here of the first. Furlan, shot that probably should have connected. This might cause them a little bit of difficulty. Great first entry. Second to come, and of course it will. Oscarish, good response. Great response. Okay, there we go. XCOMAGO, they are back. 8 on the board. First half at least secured going into the final couple rounds of the first half itself. 10-5, still a chance. Dago going into the second, at least with the first half victory.
I mean, you know, we tried to give North a little bit of leeway. We tried to give them a platform where they can defend against, well, the incursions and all. We tried to help them out as much as we can by counter-jinxing them, but it seems like we're just doing the exact opposite. Double up back in hands of Excomago. As you said, 8 rounds already secured. The half in practice, well, in theory, going to them in this case in the numbers. But North, you know, 5 rounds is not as shabby as one might imagine. It's actually fairly decent compared to what otherwise could be a reality of another potential 13 or 12-3 or 13-2 or something of the like. Yet still, I feel like they have to secure 6-7 rounds minimum to be somewhat comfortable in their current shoes, because I cannot imagine them being happy with the outcome that they are going up against here. I love the reaction from Excomago, by the way. They pull out a pop immediately as the Molo drops. They get away from there. They play it safe.
Yeah. They've pretty much done a lot right in this first half. I mean, not as maybe as much as Inferno, but that was B-sided performance. That was a very, very quick half, let's say. This one has had a little bit more turbulence along the way, but ooh, MHL caught off guard. Better start to this one. Should be 8-6 already confirmed. Ago will be pulling back for the save. Christo, he is down Ivy. Maybe a chance to deny a further weapon, which would pretty much break Ago for the final round. But North, this is scarily a far more convincing half than what we saw out of their own half on their own map pick of Inferno. So glad to see this team at least on their way up here. Furlan, nice exit. Will get himself safe. Try and keep the weapon alive, but North can make it 8-7. Ago are a very good T-sided team, but it's a glimmer of hope. It keeps them in the game, at least, in the series. Most importantly, they cannot afford... Well, they can't lose this map. If they lose this map, they're down into the decider game.
Yep. It's like... we'll see if that is going to happen, but... for a second right now, there's definitely doubt brewing in the minds of Excomago, having to succeed a few rounds here to North, and with the last round on our hands, the 15th, they're definitely not as well equipped as some would have, or some of them would have liked, although they have a decent amount of utility to work with. Out Olaf already, though. Gade has made his way through and through, and he's going to be pushing even deeper. There's an angle there. This can make work, or could be made work for Gade, although they've already lost one. MHL is gone. Goodbye, Oskarish, as he seems to ignore the fact there's probably players out mid watching him. As Christo finds another MHL, keeps on tagging on, and this should be the round over, actually. At this point, 8-7 is the effective scoreline we'll be looking at. I love it. This is much better by North. Definitely a performance that we had hoped to see both on Inferno and even here on Train. Yet, it does not take away from the fact that in this current stance, Excomago is still a dangerous opponent to deal with.
Close as it can be. But again, look at the kill differential. MSL, top of the leaderboard, 17 frags, most of them, if not 16 or 15, gained by the AWP. Look at that, 6 for 2, 8 for 2. The rest of Ago, minus Groot, had a bit of a quiet game. Double-digit frags, plentiful. Oskarish, 110 ADR MSL. You can tell with his headshot percentage that the majority of kills have been with the AWP, and thankfully he's been picking up the slack, perhaps. Stepping up when needed, of course, but before we get into the second half, if you do want to enter the giveaway that we do have for you provided, exclamation mark giveaway in the chat for an M9 Damascus Steel, a nice little M4A1S out of the new case, and of course plenty of Skin Baron at €10 gift card vouchers for their website at the Esports Bible on Twitter, their pinned tweet or exclamation mark giveaway in the chat. Second half though, pistol round to come. Nade for MSL, waiting for that B rush, which is a pretty common Ago pistol round strat though. Doesn't take a genius to just check one of their demos. This is pretty much the same setup they run for every pistol, and it seems like MSL and Gade will have the right port of call here at least. But Ago, full smoke, 2 flashes. they've got enough at least to be comfortable going into this B bomb site. Flashes over the top. MSL, great nade damage though. That's exactly what they were waiting for.
Well, they are going to be getting away with a few frags before they lose MSL. A second by KGMB, perfect. As finally life is stemming from North, and I'm not even sure. Yeah, KGMB from heaven. Yeah, never mind. For a second there, it looked like the shots might have came. Well, actually, no, that was a smoke kill. Yeah, okay, never mind. Gade was in Catwalk heaven.
Yeah.
Or on Catwalk. KGMB through the smoke for that second. Very well done. 8-8 as North take the second pistol. They're at least able to tie the scoreline together and have a little bit of a rose around it. This is not going to be easy for North still, though. As I said, Excomago and their T side is quite ferocious, and we've seen that exactly in Inferno.
Where, yeah, there's difficulty always here for the side of North. Eco rounds to come. Yeah, Deagles are always a deadly asset as well. We've seen Ago win one of these rounds already. Limited utility on the side of North, especially just a single nade. There's going to be no real damage inflicted before they come face to face with the rifles. Good double peek. He spots out the info, but there we go. Cajun B for a smoke as far as I could tell. Able to take out Cajun B. This is where we need those icons to see exactly what happens, but oh dear.
Oh yeah.
Furlan finds a second. That is never a good sign. Gruby will fall, but he has been sacrificed inside of B holes, and exactly, it's info more than anything. Oh, the timing. Okay.
Lucky to be watching that. That was so close. And I'm a bit more surprised that Excomago don't commit more players to trying to take over AZ here, or to try and shut down AZ. Still a 3-on-3, and those deagles can be pesky if used correctly. But seems like North is keeping a clear head and clean hands here. As AZ is just making sure that B cannot be overtaken without his knowledge. And with the shutdown coming from MSL, that should be the final nail here. 25 and counting. This is going to be 9 rounds to North. Finally, for the first time in this series, they take the lead.
Yeah. Yeah,
Nice to
really
see.
that it's taken this long, but thankfully, yeah, they will be able to at least establish lead so far. First buy round to come. Surprise, surprise. Gruby's back onto the Galil. Able to guarantee plenty of utility. But here we go. Comago, like you said, this is where we can start to see them picking up the pace here on this T side, but so far so good. AZ.
Wow.
Already guarantees a double. The flashes were perfect. Furlan and Oscarish left fully blind.
Furlan even blind by Gruby's own flash.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
So far so good. North looking a lot better now.
Much better. Something that you and I have both been expecting since Inferno, and we're finally seeing a little bit of life. Double digits. North, for the first time in the series, reached double digits also, which is a nice change of pace. And finally, seems like the Danes have had enough of the BS, if I can say so. They will bring about their best, and hopefully they can stick to it. Consistency is key, remember, folks. And right now, again, Eco. Pop drop. Not really much you can do when you maul it back. 11-8 should be coming on the board fairly soon. Without doubt, without issue. And indeed, it does already. Oscarish, yeah, he's he tried to be sneaky through Ivy, or at least get a rotation that might be looking for a flank or anything. Instead, as the last guy, he's got a bit of a job ahead of him, and well, that job is to fall over and roll over. 11-8, full buy again. This time the op for MHL. Let's see what the play here will be for XCOM Go. I'm very interested in finding out their game plan, because they didn't have one last round, or the round previous where the buy was.
Yeah, they're looking thankfully more stable for North. Yeah, the first time that they've actually reached double digits so far here. MHL, AWP out, MSL not this time. I do like the way that North are playing, countering the angles that most do require an AWP. Christo playing close up to main. They've got a rifle down on Ivy. MSL focusing more on that B bomb site. And I do like that North actually double stack the B site. It is very common of teams like Ago themselves to just leave a single player, in this case Fiku, on the B bomb site to defend it. Not going to be a factor this time for the side of North. But look at this though, double drop. AZ already able to go for the peak. Furlan, damage done. Molotov will finish the job. So a nice little trade. At least decreases the manpower on the side of North, but gives them now a great idea of what should come in this round. Smoke over the top with Fiku ready to press into main. Ruby spots a player down. Pop. Fiku, rapid swing though onto Christo. Gets away with the first kill, and now Cajun B put under a bit of threat. The A bomb site to be targeted, but Gade. Great pop-up to secure the refrag. Ruby, good response though. Back to a 3-on-2 as Ago keep the man advantage. 25 on the clock. As that smoke dissipates, the bomb makes its way to the site. Got a little crossfire set up, but not that it'll last for too long. MSL last taken out. Gade last man alive.
XCOM Go. It took them only one gun round to finally realize that, you know, they can win if they put their mind to it. As they will secure themselves the 9th. It is not there yet. It's a little ways off, but they are making their progress yet again be known and be, well, quite effective. As for North, it is their last buy here. Losing this round will certainly break them in half, and the double up comes out in force as well. MSL and Cajun B to be wielding it, of course. As always, MSL, he's been pretty damn good with it in this map. As MHL will take down Cajun B. It's MSL to take down Grubby. Just trading frags for the moment. And a bit of a slowdown. XCOM Go realizing that perhaps it would be time to take a different approach yet again. And in this case, maybe just a straight 8 takes. Smokes are being lined up by the looks of it.
You're going somewhat back the basics, let's say. Gade already forced off of the angle. AZ to provide the support. Furlan, the lineup from Christo. Absolutely perfect. Gade gets away with 2. North are finally being ruthless. 12-9. Ago, again, shunted in their uprising. That's exactly what they need. North now looking, again, a little more comprehensive. Surprising. No tactical pause. There we go. Tech pause to be called even. Which hopefully is all is well.
Yeah.
Called by Ago themselves. Another TeamSpeak problem. They need a new TeamSpeak server. Somebody hook these boys up.
Somebody give them bloody TeamSpeak, yeah. Get a decent enough of a TeamSpeak that doesn't crash, if at all possible. Speaking of decent stuff with decent things and everything good, check out the giveaway we have going with Skin Baron and Grid. Of course, you can check it out at the Esports Bible on Twitter. There's more details there, so make sure to go to Esports Bible on Twitter and look out for the details. I believe you have to retweet, tag 2 friends, and like or follow both the Esports Bible and Skin Baron on Twitter. You can earn some awesome rewards, by the way. I mind you, very awesome rewards. Well, awesome reward for Cajun B is the fact that he doesn't get fragged there. Missing his shot. Gets away with his life, luckily enough. Trading HP with Grubby. Piku. Does he peek this angle? Yes, he does. And he takes the shot as Easy gets absolutely deleted from the server. It is Christo, though, that times it perfectly as he peeks out. Gets himself double. And it will be a 3-on-4 all of a sudden.
Oh, barrel spotted there of the AWP, but the bait is good enough. Cajun B takes out Furlan. Makes it now a lot easier. MHL.
Take the AK.
There's an AK right there available. Nothing they can do about the barrel of MSL, though. He is safe. Bomb is dropped toward the top of ramp. Retrievable by MHL. Fiku trying to put the pressure on above down this B bomb site, but timing could not have been worse. Fiku now left isolated. 13-9. North. They take away this next gun round. They're on their way to map point and swiping Ago's map pick, taking us to a third on Nuke. They want to remain in this series. We said Train was a tough map for them, which sure it still is turning out to be, but this is now a lot more clarifying than what we saw in the first half. And finally, tactical pause to be called, the first of this map entirely. We'll see what they can do, but so far so good for North. They're at least stabilizing here. If they get this gun round, they're on their way to 15.
Most certainly indeed. There is a little bit of room for well, not for mistake necessarily, but for a few hiccups if in case it happens. You know, they've at least built themselves up a bit of a barrier, a bit of a buffer, where not every single hiccup might come back to haunt them. Again, double up seems to be quite effective as Cajun B is wielding the secondary. It is going to be... look at the defensive posture from from North. 5 players immediately on A early on in case of a rush. Well, this time it is a quick push, but Furlan and Fiku already opening it up. Christo through Sandwich is going to be able to line up 1, line up 2. The bomb going to be planted still. A 3v2, and Fiku is about to be dropped dead as well as Gate from mid-site has an easy time handling that. And MHL, they know he's in Olof. The round surely is gone, and I think it already is. Ladies and gentlemen, North, they've just secured a vital round for themselves, as XCOM are a little bit distressed, a little bit disheveled themselves, finding no chance, no entries, and no luck to break down North. 14 to the Danes, as finally life stems from them yet.
Perfect so far, North. 80-90% close to guaranteeing map number 3 here in this best of 3. With Ago already looking hot off the press and not tilted, but definitely agitated. Straight out towards Olof that Fiku goes. Tries to commit to the early peek. Oscarish exactly the same down Ivy. Great first entry. Raided quickly by Cajun B, however, it is down to these players now through main to try and pincer their way into the site, and that is exactly what they do. Gade keeps it alive, though. 3-on-2 is still doable. Nice bit of nade damage. Molotov keeps him occupied, though. Gruby comes in for the refrag. 14-10. Ago guaranteeing double digits. They're not out of the map yet.
I refuse to believe that... I refuse to believe that North will collapse here. And I'm not saying they will. Neither am I denying it, though. It's been such a back and forth game here on Train. It really showed the qualities of North and the qualities of Ago both, whilst also displaying their weaknesses and, you know, the divisiveness that can sometimes strike them. And luckily for North, they have enough money to rebuy with MSL saving, especially. Well, especially with MSL saving, they will have enough money to rebuy. It's not going to be perfect, it's not going to be pristine, but it's better than nothing. It's better than sticking your thumb up the you-know-what and then hoping it's going to work. 14-10 and North take their first time out.
Yeah, this is perfect so far. North, like you say, just taking a couple seconds to realign themselves. Their money isn't great, which is awesome for Ago here to be able to guarantee that they have extra cash, extra time to sit back here, as North will have to take an eco. 14-11, looking likely here on this T side, keeping them in the game for that little bit longer. And with North not yet at a decisive point in the map. You know, they've not secured overtime yet. They've not been able to guarantee this game will extend a little longer into overtime if necessary. You look at some of their results on Train. They had a 16-13 against Endpoint, so the games have definitely gone close. Ooh, MHL, though, misses the first shot. Signals that he is definitely putting the pressure on through Pop Dog, though. There is a quick flank, but should be dealt with quite easily by XCOMAGO. They do seem aware of that. Molotov down to deny the push. Still, MSL on this AWP could be very tactful, but as I say that, Furlan, great job of dispatching of him. There we go. AWP hot potato, not allowed to be picked up and held for long. 14-11, and a fairly clean round from XCOMAGO as well.
Gotta give it to them. They are making this work again. Once more, proving to be a thorn in the side and definitely a resilient fighter. As you said, 3 to the tie, as XCOMAGO is making the CTs tremble a little bit. We are going to have the rebuy. I love the fact that they went for that eco, that they didn't put themselves in grave danger by, you know, lining up a potential 2 to 3 rifles with the op supporting it. But this is vital. This round is quite important. It's going to give XCOMAGO a chance to bring it down to a single round difference. North are not going to be keeping themselves composed. And we can see that the default here is deep pop control, as well as having 2 men on the B defense. They're very worried about B. It's clear as day here. They don't want to take the risk and getting themselves caught mid-execution. Oh, AZ. He is really playing a fateful game, yet he's getting away barely scratched. Let's see what the goal here is for XCOMAGO. They try to perhaps fake out a little bit of a B take with the run through toilets. I love it that AZ actually deploys the smoke there for the Molotov. Tries to immediately signify to XCOMAGO that they're not going to be taking any of their bamboozles. But here comes the A take. This is an A split confirmed.
3 seconds on the clock for EQ. Spots the player in close main. Gets away with the first. Easy good for the response as they try and rush through the smoke. That'll be the round that they needed. Furlan does manage to return a trade, but back to a 3-on-2. The bomb is already down. The time limited. And with Gruby dead, it leaves Furlan all on his lonesome to try and wrap this up here. And of course, there will be no time. 15-11. North, they guarantee a very, very good uprising here into this one. Map point on the line. And Nuke now be brought into question.
Definitely put into question here as XCOMAGO failing to deliver on the promised land, failing to deliver on their own map choice. Not a surprise, but likewise not exactly something we expected as well, given how they kicked off on Inferno. It's a completely different line we saw, but it's a B take. Again, second player there, that's MSL for the defense. I love there's no more secondary ops for North, by the way. This is much better, much more composed. MSL engaged, holding the line as you would expect it to be held. As Grubby takes himself up for one. It's Furlan that's going to be caught. There goes their chance of an A-side take. Down to MHL and Grubby. And I'm fairly certain that this is the end of the map and the end of this second one. As Grubby will find one. It's... yeah. There you have it. MHL, what can you do? 16 HP up in your hands, 50 seconds. You've got time, sure, but you don't have an option. You don't have HP. 16-11, final score for our train, and we move on to our third and final map of this winner's match on Nuke. Guys, do remember, we have a giveaway going on with Skin Baron, So check it out on Twitter at the Esports Bible. We've got some great items for the giveaway. Vouchers for Skin Baron, an M9 Bayonet Damascus steel, and of course the M4A1S. Very beautiful skin. But that's all. We'll be back in our third map.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, of course. Third and final map here of this series. XCOM Ago versus North. After North were able to swipe back Train, the map pick of Ago, it comes down to Nuke. Third and final in the series. We'll finally have a winner. We'll finally secure one of these teams into the playoff bracket.
Most certainly one of these two will be there, yet who it will be, that is the question on everybody's mind. And we are certainly moving at light fast speed. And in this current case, we are going to be having, of course, the pistol round kickoff. North again, starting on the T side. It actually served them okay-ish on Train. I wouldn't be surprised again if it serves them equally as well here on Nuke. In any case, the third and final map of this best of 3 series, folks, is live. Let's see if XCOM Ago will make do for the mistakes of Train.
Down to this third and final map. North on the T side to start. Looking at Nuke statistically, we are very slightly favoring Ago, but not by much. Furlan, good entry, but Cajun being engaged. Already guarantee a good return of the kills. Fiku left isolated. It seems like North might just be off to the start that they so required. T side, pistol round already looking likely. This is as best or as good as it can get for North right now.
Absolutely, and Fiku, no kit to even be picked up, as they all went for Kevlars. It's a little bit unusual, but fair enough. And, well, Christo. Lightning fast challenge. 1-0, with the first pistol going to North for the first time in this best of 3 series. They actually pick up the first pistol. And I wonder how Train would have gone if they had lost that pistol, the second one. Like, it was 8-7 in favor of Ago. And Ago clearly still showed sign of resistance. They clearly showed that they're not going to be done as quickly. And if they had secured the pistol, I could see worry moving forward for North. But in any case, that didn't happen. Although, What? The what now? The what just happened now? Where's anybody in main? Where's anybody in lobby? Where's anybody? North, all 5 outside, sure. Grubby got away with a free frag. That should never be allowed. Luckily, MSL will keep a clean tab as Furlan finds a second. Oh, the third as well. That's the bomb dropped and... Oh, come on, North. What the heck is going on here?
Oh, dear. Oh, there we go. MHL pins Asian down, the final kill. Oh dear. XCOM Ago, for the second time here in the series, they've won themselves an eco round. That's messy. 5 outside, very rare strategy. That's why. You have no cover of anywhere over the map. And Ago exploited it. Very well done. First on the board for them. Force buy from North, and it seems like Ago might just be back with vengeance here, as they are not happy about North taking the pistol.
I mean, who wouldn't be, but still, it's quite preposterous to even look at that last round and think that North had any sort of they had no idea what they were doing. That was as clear as day. They had zero idea what they wanted to do, where they wanted to go, and I'm gonna blame that on communication. That must have been an error in their comms, and they're paying a high price for that. It's XCOM Ago now forcing them down onto a full eco after a failed botched force, and this is perfect. Ago, they've just secured themselves a way back into this first half of Nuke, the third and final map. And the best part for Ago? They don't need to overcomplicate this. This is the final map. They only have to win this one more time, and they're done for the playoffs, and they are going there regardless.
Scary that this Ago side, again, is even after losing their own map picks, still looking as deadly. Jade does get out with a single frag, but that is all he will be able to bag at the moment. North, though, Here we go. First gun round on the way. But again, it's Ago that you just can't allow this side to get comfortable. You can't allow them to be not complacent, but you know, to the point where North aren't becoming a struggle anymore, because that is where Ago will just continue like they did on Inferno to ride out of these rounds as easily as that. And you can see Grubby again, like on Train, he is loving the aggro pushes at the moment, gathering that info, just seeing what the T's are up to early. It's incredibly risky, but it's so valuable, and especially with an MP9, it's a risk that is worth taking. He spots a couple players inside of lobby, but again, it's North that are not defaulting, but reverting back towards outside control. MHL, he could have himself a field day. As soon as this flashbang wears off, there's the first to come, goes for two and gets it. That's so complacent, so amateur from North, just to give him 2 free frags.
And it's not about giving him, for me, it's not about giving him 2 free frags. It's about how they handle the knowledge after losing the first. Like how they handle it after losing the first. And I would like to point out right now, at least to MSL and KGB, they both have Molotovs, they both had smokes, they both have still a lot of utility. And nobody decided to chug a molly down secret. Nobody decided to flash down secret. After losing the first player, everybody just kind of shift-walked through red, hoping that they're going to catch the head of the Opera, but instead, they lost one more player, and XCOM Ago made it short work afterwards. And that's what baffles me the most. That's what really is the inexcusable thing. And look at the look at the amount of utility. Just, I mean, both players having Molotovs, having everything like they had everything at display, everything at their hands, and they didn't use anything. That's the scary part. That's what really concerns me the most. Well, pistols and Kevlar again, down secret we go, fast and furious, sure. Though it's, wowzers, a lot of damage. As I've been saying, fast towards B, might actually get a plant. If they are able to take care of Fiku, then certainly a plant will happen. But either way, this is, oh boy, another tag.
So much damage.
Yeah. But like, either way, this is a very convincing performance out of XCOM Ago, because even under stress, even under duress of being eliminated from the tournament, they're playing very calmly and collected, and that's the Ago we wanted to see on Train.
Exactly, yeah, and it takes maybe a little bit of a wake-up call from North to really kickstart this side back into gear. But yeah, right now they're starting to look scary, like they did on Inferno. They're getting back to that winning mentality where North are just not allowed to even look somewhat like the side that we've seen on Train. Dago, you can see Groby confident enough to take up this sort of position. Not confident enough to watch it, though. Cajun B gets a better angle, just a slight little advantage, but gives him the vision before Groby realizes. Great first frag to find. Closes out the lobby aggressive position, but it does rely on secret rotate from the rest of the side. Again, this is pretty default from North here. The majority of their takes coming from outside so far. Down towards secret, they will go yet again. Christo, inside of hut, or inside of lobby, just sat back waiting. MHL is going to be on the front line this time, though. AWP is deadly. They'll need a flashbang across this angle. Molotov down into lower stairs. MHL, there's the first. Spots out a second, keeps himself safe, but not safe enough. Gade, good return. Oh, but Oscarish keeps... I thought he was about to keep Cajun B alive there, but closes him out either way. Back to a 3-on-3.
And with any advantage that North might have had, they just dropped it all. There goes one more Furlan. He's going to be able to keep tabs on this A site. Furlan, I believe he heard the player above hut as well. And the prevention of the plant, as apparently Gade is completely oblivious to Furlan's flank. And after time, does he get caught? Oh, yes, he does. Oh, man. Yeah, that really sucks. North, I'm not sure what's up, but this is very much unlike them. and the pause will be used. Thank you for at least using that pause. That was something we missed on our first map on Inferno, and I'm happy to see it being used here on Nuke, that they do not let Ago slide away too quickly. Getting into those DMs as easy as that is never a positive thing.
Yeah, scary from Ago that they are still looking on point. It's like Gray never even happened at this point. You'd think losing their own map pick, you know, like it did with North, might be a bit more of a scarier aspect, but both teams have been able to bounce back quite nicely from losing their own pick. But considering this is the final map in the series, it is scary to see that North again are feeling like we saw them on Inferno. It's a very limited start for this T side, and sure, it is T side of Nuke. It is maybe the harder side to play, but the meta at the moment for Nuke, it guarantees at least 5 or 6 rounds, and right now they don't even look convincing enough to get that sort of amount. An easy close of the eco itself. Cajun B, or the force buy, sorry. Cajun B on the AK, the only one to really provide any kills. 7-1. Eco round to come. XCOM Ago, they should be confirming already the first half is theirs. 9 rounds played so far, 7 of them, 8 rounds played so far, 7 of them for XCOM Ago. This is a very convincing performance so far.
Perfect. Perfect stuff. XCOM Ago don't really seem to have any fear right now. They're completely and utterly unfazed by this ferociousness. Well, by any sort of ferociousness North put up. Any sort of how to say this resistance that they put up. And Furlan's gonna keep a watchful eye on Squeaky, as he always should. And we do see that right now. This is just a disaster as a whole. North, yeah, sure, it's an eco. Of course, we can give them some, how to put this best would be, element of doubt. But this is looking perfect for Ago again, as North is reverting back to their Inferno, seemingly.
It's kind of incredibly worrisome. If they are able to make on this Ago side another, 11-4 or so, I think we know exactly where that is going, unfortunately. It's down to these next couple rounds for North to really stabilize themselves. They have to be able to somehow find a way back into this. I mean, look at the CT economy right now. Groovy, $12,000, nearly $13,000. MHL not too far behind, but the rest of the side sitting comfortable. Groovy again.
There we go.
Another aggressive push. Oscarish, yeah, they check the first corner, but they don't check the second. Already able to close out Gade as well, down to a 5-on-3. Oscarish does get tagged, but his damage is already done. His work is complete. He gets away with a frag. Better, though. Christu does return a trade.
Finds himself one, at least. That's always going to be a bit of a net positive. A second as well, as Oscarish is spotted. Not sure why Oscarish is remaining there. That is such a weird choice of play. But fair enough. A 3-on-3. Fiku. Is Emma still predicting the push in towards lobby or towards control room? Well, he will be faked out, and Fiku will abuse that position in his favor. Still, again, remaining. Like, see, this is... Oh, Ago, you play well, then you make such stupid decisions. It's like, why? Why in the world would you remain in the same position? Just like Oscarish, right? He gets the frag, and then he stays underneath silo. It's like, yeah, they will not care if you're there or not. Well, of course they'll check even if you're not there or if they care or not. And then the same for Fiku. Like, you get the frag and you already pull to the left far, you pull out your knife or switch out your weapon and then decide to go back in the same positions. Just doesn't make sense to me. Just like, guys, come on. I mean, you had the advantage, and well, North, they'll be lucky to take it away here. 2 rounds to them. It's not pristine, it's not perfect, but it's better than nothing. It's better than getting otherwise destroyed as they seem to be.
Oh, great nade.
That nade.
2 players down to just around half of their health. That is a lot of damage done. MHL, he's got a very sneaky gap under the smoke. A gap that literally offers him a couple of centimeters, if that, but gets away with a frag. Asian B pinned down early. That is a great entry for Ago to find here. 5-on-4. North will try and pressure towards outside. MHL is still
Does he read
safe,
this?
but is
Oh,
he
yeah.
expectant? Of course he is. As soon as those smokes are down, it is a big telltale sign. Gets his way securely into
I love
CT,
this.
and I think Fiku, he might even be aware of the push already. If they're not, well, now they are. Gade returns a kill of his own. Oscarish hears him drop down, so they can transfer that info. They have outside covered right now. Oscarish, yeah, peekaboo, takes him down, easy shut off. 4-on-2. XCOMAGO about to reset North right back down again.
Oh, and MSL, just as he was about to take down MHL, he does get killed by Furlan. No such luck to be having any sort of return frags. In any case, a nice little attempt there by North. I like seeing that, you know, that they make their way towards outside, that they get themselves towards that hell position. Unfortunate enough that they were not particularly aware of MHL's deep CT setup, as well as Oscarish's, I guess, premonition that somebody might be still close by. 9-2. Full buy for North. Let's see if they can make this happen. Like I said, history seems to be repeating itself. North, this is what they looked like on Inferno. Completely and utterly out of tune. And hopefully this is not going to be just like Inferno, as it is shaping up to be. Outside control again.
I'll give North one thing, they're incredibly persistent.
Yes, they are. Well, I mean, you know, if they're confident in this strat, and it did work, what, once? So in that essence, it's better to keep on trying to see if you can maybe make more success out of it, or have more success out of it. Nobody down B for XCOMAGO. Well, I say it, and two players come through vents and ramp within the same split second. Still, Christo, good stuff. As he takes down Grubby on the flank, that's perfect. It sets up a challenge that perhaps XCOM might not be able to answer. AZ boosted, nicely done. Finally, life stemming from the boys of North. As Cajun B will refrag the loss of AZ and MHL. MHL goes in with the high peak. Will miss it entirely. And Oscarish now a 1-on-3. Does he attempt this even? Money is not exactly perfect for the CTs.
Still a little bit unstable here. Oscarish, of course, will try and do as much damage as he can. It's out Gaiden. At least trades the kill back, but not going to make too much of an overall difference, of course. 9-3. And at least, thankfully, North get themselves another round on the board. Money of Ago. It's not great. Guarantees them one further buy round. They lose this, though, and it is North that should be able to work their way back into this game. Start to at least get to a point where these rounds look a little bit more secure. 5 could be potential if they do get this in the bag. But again, you've got MHL on the AWP. More importantly, you've got Groovy up in your face inside of Hut with an auto shotgun. Is always a very dangerous aspect to be playing against. Nice sort of tag onto Christu. Nade, I believe, inflicting some early damage at Furlan and MHL. Outside cleaned up. Janitor
Furlan,
job. 2 players dead, 5-on-3.
I'm fairly certain Furlan got the smoke kill, right?
Oh, it might.
Yep, a second.
Oh, okay. This is why
2
we need those
smoke kills.
icons just to guarantee it, but beautiful either way.
And in comes the auto shotgun as well. The life of Taz. You know, nuke Taz is always auto shotgun or a shotgun on Hut and in Hut, and just, you know, he works it like a charm. I love that they pick it up here as well. Gives them a bit of extra money bonus. 10-3 as North is seemingly going to be repeating the same unsuccessful run of Inferno. Remember, the half was ending at 12-3 in favor of Ago. At this point, it might as well here end the same way, or could potentially end the same way. Let's find out for ourselves. Again, pistols and Kevlar. Money is stretched to its thinnest as North is making their way down secret. Like I said, they had the most success down B, so why not try it yet again, right? Best case scenario, they get the bomb plant. And maybe even the round. But then, worst case scenario, you meet MHL, and you just wiggle it. Okay, Cajun B, whew, that was a good shot. Beautiful stuff. The bomb's still going down straight for the plant. And where's the player from ramp? Such a slow rotation. It's Hazy with the op. Wait a second, 2v2, and all of a sudden Cristo, as Furlan completely ignores him in secret short. A weird turnabout, but the round might just go to North here, and serves XCOMAGO well for being as, how to say, as careless as they were.
And Oscarish here is already dead, of course. 10-4, North guaranteeing most likely a 10-5 here. Money gone for XCOMAGO. Their own mistakes are writing them out of this round, and to say they started so well. MHL getting the double. The rest of the side just fortunately overwhelmed by the pistols. Final buy is not great. 3 rifles and the M4s. The MP9 is it's decent. Desert Eagle is always pesky, but it's not a great buy. Oscarish, though. That's the way to start. Kills off Cristo. Gives them a great entry to the round. This is maybe becoming a bit more of an issue than we might have imagined. Maybe they don't need the M4s and AWPs to win a round like this. Just a bit of luck on their side.
Certainly looks like it. Bill. Let's see if MHL again will be a nuisance here from Secret. He's burning quite badly. But Oscarish seems to be burning as well. Oh, Furlan! Oh, the timing on the challenge here could not come together better for XCOMAGO. They literally hit it, everybody together in the same moment, in the same setup. Cajun B, a 1-on-4. They do not know where he is. As I say it, he'll reveal his position. Ooh, Grubby. Close to being caught. Seems like he's having no issues challenging an AK. 11-4. Another extremely dominant first half for Go. Second pistol, I'm afraid to say it, but it's going to be pretty vital for North. At least given what we've seen on Inferno as well. And look at this Oscarish. That smoke shot. And then this second one with the support by Furlan, who dropped out of main just as they pushed out North. Getting themselves caught in the back. AZ had the unfortunate turn. Be that man. And just looking at the kills themselves is just, oof.
Right.
Speaking of kills, you can get more with some great skins that you can win through a giveaway by Skin Baron that is actually currently going on throughout the entire week. Ends on Sunday at midnight, somewhere there. So make sure to check out the Esports Bible on Twitter, where you can see the pinned tweet for the giveaway. You can get a M9 Bayonet Damascus Steel. I believe it is factory new or something like that, minimal wear. And you can have, and the M4A1S and 10 vouchers for Skin Baron. So go check it out. Maybe you like it, maybe you win it.
Here's that. Through the giveaway, of course. Let's get back to you guys. Furlan. Well.
Oh.
They're going to give him back. I go give him back a couple of headshots from the pistol rounds that in the past have not gone their way in this series. MSL good denial. Oscarish returns it though. Ring around the rosy for Fiku. Dancing round Silo. Baits him into a peek. There we go. 12-4. XCOMAGO. There's no messing around for them now. They know what they need to do and exactly they look to do it. 12-4. Force buy from North. A potential of 14 before the guns come out. Nuke is under threat.
That's the least we can say in this case. Nuke is about to be the end of the line here for North. Remember, the loser here goes down to the Decider series. Still having to face off Movistar Riders or Ambush, depending who will take the next elimination series. Of course, that will be casted by Dweg and Jay, so we'll be having to say our goodbyes after we finish this map, but it looks like XCOMAGO might be making it even faster than initially thought of, as we are moving into an outside take. XCOMAGO grouping up for this hit. Interestingly, they leave Fiku, the only one with an AK, and the only one worth his salt, to control the flank, which is at times very dangerous, but fair enough, you know, if they trust him, then it works. AZ. Yeah, they're not going to go through the smoke.
Yeah.
I thought so. That is a smart call. XCOMAGO, they're not going to make the same, they're not going to be making the same foolish decisions that North were doing on Train or Inferno.
Oh, MSL lucky to be alive. Cajun B does use the angle nicely, though. That is Fiku's angle. Doesn't check his own positions. Cajun B able to make it work for now. Gate on the corner. Round is still up for debate right here. Damage done to majority of the XCOM side. They try and move into this smoke. MSL, the angle that he's got.
Oh, no! No, MSL, no! You missed a vital shot. That could cost you the round here. Oscarish will be caught, though. Luckily, MSL connects as well. And is down to Grubby in a 1-on-4. What a close call, though. Extremely close call.
Ago not too great at the eco rounds here so far. North, though, they'll be happy with that one. Secure themselves saving grace here in this series. Full buy or force buy should be coming from Ago. Double eco to go either way, so should be investing here. Ruby thought he might have been saving for an AWP, but not going to be the case. Either way, a potential 12-7, providing that Ago do lose this round, which should be the case, but can't discredit the pistols. Chance for North to make this barrier a lot closer. MSL takes an early tag. Scout gives one out as well. Oscarish, though. There's the first. Furlan with the second, and they pin to the bomb site.
Come on.
Gade not caught on the timing too well, as he's already dead. Christu, last man.
They know.
Oh, dear. It's bad that it doesn't surprise me anymore. Like these type of rounds, we just come to expect them these days.
Yeah, we actually, yeah, pretty much. You said it well. It's not even a surprise anymore. It would be a bigger surprise if, for a difference, we would see a team win an anti-eco rather than lose it, but fair enough. Or an anti-force even, if you want to call it that. 13-5 as North are economically distressed. They are mentally distressed right now, and it's looking like it's all coming down, tumbling. A pile of rocks. And yeah, this is disastrous. North in dire trouble. And there will definitely be even harder opponents moving forward, right? That's the thing for me. When I'm thinking of this series, obviously North take a bit of an advantage in that part. At least theoretically they should be a little bit better. But then when you think about it, not to take anything away from Ago, but this is only Ago. It's only XCOM Ago. It's not like this is complexity. It's not like this is contact. It's not like, this is big that we already had in this tournament and such and such. And it certainly comes as a surprise that North is struggling as much as they are. I don't know. It's weird. Just not used to it. Would have expected
worrying.
Greater things, right?
Yeah, for certain. I mean, there's one thing that we can take out of this. North make it further into the bracket, let's say, than what they did last week, but only by winning a best of 1 and losing a best of 3 that they end up in the decider game. They didn't even reach the decider match last week.
Yep.
Endpoint making
short
remap endeavor out of them. But eco round to come. Maybe even a force buy. 15-5. What is the point of ecoing at this point when you're so far behind? Of course, they'll force buy into this round, but XCOM win it. That'll be 16-5, most likely on the horizon. And 2 very dominant maps, despite their own map pick going against them. Gade.
I love it. Gade comes out with the big boy gun. The Nova, unfortunately without support and being alone, will kind of let you be. Good for only the one. Cajun B gets flashed as he tries to exit vents. His timing is impeccable. Or should we say, just distressful. Christu. He might have an angle to work with. And he will, as he finds one. Cajun B helps him out to take down MHL. 2v3. This is winnable. This is doable. There is a kit as well, so time is not the problem. Cajun B locks out Oscarish and North secure not a vital round, but rather a single-handedly most important round in this match for them. If they're able to deny XCOM at least a little while further, perhaps distress them enough to make them make a few foolish mistakes. Maybe there's a comeback still behind the corner waiting. But we are seeing that this is still, you know, a full buy for CSGO. Let's see where it brings them to.
Both at least keeping themselves in the game for that little while longer. But again, Aggo, pressure on, faster pace. They've picked it up. They've turned the dial. Straight through main they go. Furlan catches the first. Gade, great response though. Keeps the player alive for now, but maybe not for long as the site already compromised. MSL last man alive. The worst part for this is that they even let North win a round. They give them money. They give them the buy. And then they kick them back down. They reset them again. It's 15-6, and they go into it with a reduced loss bonus.
Yeah.
That's more insult to injury. And Aggo, they are laughing all the way to the victory pole here.
All the way to the bank. I was a great analogy. You know, the Lord giveth and the Lord taketh. Because right now, that's exactly Aggo. It's like, oh, boys, here's one round, right? Yeah, you can take it. It's fine. It's okay. You know, Adam or Eve, you can take the apple. It's okay. And then bam. Nope, not okay. And North are pretty much done for. They have nothing to really work with here. MSL will drop a rifle. That's about it. He can drop a pistol.
Right.
That's it. An auto shotgun, a second M4A4, or the dropped M4A4, the AK saved up, a Deagle, and an MP9. This is it. This is the curtain closing right in the eyes of North, and we're about to find out if it closes completely, or are they still able to stick their head through and maybe pull it back. We're about to find out. Let's see. Gade. Love this position. Again, something Fiku displayed us with. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not gonna work, boys. That's not gonna work.
No matter how close this auto shotgun sits, the kills that they've already got stops them going aggro, stops them going anywhere near Hut, really. And there we go. MHL closes out Christu, last man of Gade, and I think we know where this goes. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm shocked to say it, but again, North, they flounder in another best of 3. They again face further issues, and it's quite a worrying factor that, you know, teams around the 70th, you know, 60th rank are an issue for North. You know, it's you know, sure, there's best of 1s that should be, you know, that's where North should look the most competent, like, open, and like, because best of 1s, they're so random. We know all the time that we see so many upset best of 1s, but you put North in a best of 3 with the mind of MSL, with the experience of AZ, with, you know, the supportive elements of these players that they've got, and sure, they're without Kirby, they're without Valde. You know, it's a hard time for them right now, but this side is good enough, 26th in the world, to, with the mind of Jumpy, their coach, they shouldn't struggle in best of 3s, but for some reason they do.
Well, I can only say Endpoint last week, 16-11, both maps that they won. They lost 16, or North won 16-2 on Overpass, right? So we were kind of confused, you know, looking at Overpass, like, oh my God, 16-2, you know, they lost 16-11, sure, it wasn't that bad. It looks good. They might be able to overtake it. They might be able to ram it over and over and, you know, just close it out completely. And then third map was 16-11, and like, North, maybe shaky here, shaky there, you know, things not going as well. As you said, players being switched out. But then today, first map, 16-6. Okay, that's a little bit disappointing, North. Fair. Okay. Let's see where it leads us to. And then second map, 16-11. They win it. They take it. We're like, yeah, North. Woohoo. Finally coming back, right? And bam, Nuke comes on. 16-6.
I thought Nuke was North's. Coming off of the back of beating Aggo on their map pick. That should have been it.
Exactly. And of course, in the brackets we just saw in front of you, like when you look at that, when we'll look at this back, it was like, damn, what was North, you know, what's happening? What was happening with North, and what is happening? Well, we're not sure, and hopefully they are sure, at least that they know what the problems are, that they can solve them before they go into the last series of the night for them, and of course for the whole day. We are not going to be going to the last series yet, just so you don't worry, boys. are not done for the day. Me and Kieran will be signing off, but Dweg and Jay will be coming on as they will be taking over the last 2 best of 3s. One of them being, of course, Movistar Riders versus Ambush. The second being North versus the winner of that loser series. In any case, before we sign off, remember, we still have a giveaway going on all week long. So make sure to check it out. Make sure to sign up for that. Get some great skins. Here's the M4. Here's the bayonet. And there's quite a little bit of a few goodies alongside that as well. Kieran, any final words on that?
It's shocking again. Endpoint, they did it last week and we thought, maybe it was a one-off, but it seems like North, they do have some sort of underlying issue. And again,
Magic.
There was a lot of there's a lot of speculation about what this squad will end up as. Maybe there's a replacement or a roster change on the line, perhaps. But yeah, it just seems like there's something not as consistent with this squad as the old North name would come to show us. But
I mean, that's clear as day, right?
For certain, yeah. I think they're having a hit losing Kirby. He's that star man, despite him, not being as prominent as he was back in the Astralis era, back in the TSM days and such, and all that.
TSM.
But he's still a player that this side, after they lose Valide, Kirby's that main man. He takes a hit, he takes a break of leave or absence, and you can tell that the side is really struggling for that firepower. When you've got MSL having to drop 25 kills a series, I think that's where you're struggling. He should be the leader. He is the leader. He should be the one guiding these players, not being the one to do the majority of the legwork in terms of fragging. So hopefully North will revive, but that'll be it for this one. They'll face, obviously, you said, the winner of Movistar Riders versus Ambush, but we'll catch you later. We'll sign off. We'll leave you with Dweg and Jay to take over the final 2 best of 3s of the night. You're in safe hands. Do not worry. Make sure to check out the sponsors, midnight.com. Sign up using code HOME. When you bet 25, you get 5 and free bets. Skin Baron, of course, all throughout the day been promoted with their giveaway and with their trading site as well. Make sure to check that out. Skinbaron.com and Esports Vikings for all the tutorials on safe esports betting, podcasts, and much, much more. But that is going to be it. We'll catch you all tomorrow. Same time, same place. We'll see you all later.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Home Sweet Home. Welcome back to day one, of course, Group A. That has kicked off with quite a surprising set of results, to say the least here. Obviously, Kieran and Over taking you through those first couple of best of ones and that best of three a little bit earlier on in the group stage. And we'll talk about that surprise that we're talking about. AGO making it in above North in our winners matchup, Dweg. I did not expect that, to say the least. I would have thought that would have been North going forward, but they're continuing to have these struggles when it comes to online tournaments.
Yeah, look, honestly, I don't know what's going on with North at the moment. That was a massive shock. I was able to catch that last best of three, and for AGO to have kind of shaky results as well, for them to go through and not even have to go through the lower bracket is a very strong result indeed, and a bit of a surprising one for North.
Absolutely, and of course we'll get to see them a little bit later on during the day. Of course, they still have to fight their way out of the elimination in the decider match, our final matchup of today's stream. But before that point, we have to decide who their opponents are, because those opponents will either be one of the Movistar Riders or the Ambush squad, losing their respective best of ones to AGO and of course North a little bit earlier on during the day. And now with an opportunity to fight their way back into those playoffs, this will be the best of three to try and see if they can make it happen. So let's start talking about this matchup here. Let's take a look at our lineups in particular for this one, Dwega, because, these will be some names that you would recognize on the Movistar Riders side. But Ambush, I've only seen a little bit of them throughout the last couple of weeks. I know that they've had a couple of showings in Home Sweet Home. They managed to make it through several qualifiers, but they've never been able to place outside of this group stage, coming in last place in week 6 where they last showed up. The Movistar Riders side have been around the town a little bit. Certainly a disappointing factor, but at least in our opinion. But, I feel like this team certainly have it easy in this series.
Yeah, look, I mean, I've actually had a bit of experience casting Ambush before in some of the lower tiers of Counter-Strike, and they've been a team that structurally are very sound. They've got very great fundamentals. They've got a star AWPer. Rixo is a man that could step up hugely for this side, but I haven't seen them at kind of a tier 2 level yet. I mean, you could kind of talk about some of the results. We saw them here in week 6. They came out in last place. Week 4, they came third in their groups. They got that 9th to 12th finish. I mean, all in all, again, I just facing up against the Movistar Riders, I know that we've both had, strong opinions about that lineup. But for Ambush, this is going to be a really difficult best of 3 for them if they have any chance of going further forward.
No, absolutely. I think that this entire group, honestly, would have been difficult for Ambush no matter who they faced off. If they won their best of 1, they would have had to take on the likes of, I believe it was AGO was in the other end of that field.
Yeah.
So, even in that respect, it would have been a difficult showing for the Ambush side. And obviously, their North matchup went about as well as you would expect it to. So, it's definitely a case that I think that Ambush are in sort of like that very low end position here on this group stage. And there's reasons to be concerned about that if you're an Ambush fan. Another reason to be concerned is that for me personally, again, as you mentioned, there's very little results out of these guys from the part of the tier 2 scene. Like, we've seen them in tier 3 competing in and out and in various different matches. But all in all, like, these are not players that you would associate with a tier 2 level of competition. And there's so little information about these guys that it's very difficult to place them in the context of this tournament.
No, there's no doubt about it. I mean, they're going under this and into this event as like the heavy underdogs. That's literally their position. They're a team that, like Jay said, hasn't had too much experience around that tier 2 level. And look, maybe we might get a bit of a surprise in this best of 3 because, I mean, Movistar Riders, Jay, can we be any more disappointed with their consistency?
Yeah, I mean, they had they were riding such a big high making it into the minors, and then ever since the minor was sort of cancelled, it hasn't really come full circle for them. They've struggled in tier 2 tournaments. They've struggled online. They've struggled in Home Sweet Home, even to a certain extent. And, I think that while it will be a difficult match for Ambush, this is the perfect opponent to face off against if you want to try and make an upset happen in a best of 3. So, I'm going to keep my mind open, but again, just looking at the general sort of complexion of these lineups and the experience levels, even if Movistar Riders have been disappointing at a tier 2 level, I think they've been able to consistently beat most tier 3 teams. They went, they didn't go so far in the European Championship, for example, but they were able to still make it in and into a top 6 position and make that happen. So, even against some of the lower level squads from some of the other national sort of circuits, they still been able to do well. They got 2nd place at RTP, and of course, in Road to Rio, obviously they lost to some very major teams, but they still managed to make 11th. So I think they're sitting roughly in that sort of tier 2 position where they should rightfully be. that's just talking about firepower and sort of results. You know, obviously there's another angle in which we have to consider is our map veto, since we're almost ready to get started with our series. So let's talk about that a little bit here, Dweg. We've got Vertigo, Inferno, and Overpass being our maps for this particular matchup. Vertigo being picked by Ambush, and Inferno being picked by Movistar Riders, and Overpass being that final side of map we have to get there. I'm actually really happy with the Vertigo pick here from Ambush. I don't think they're going to have a very respectable time on it because it's not one of their strongest maps, but it is a very, very weak map for the Riders side.
Look, Vertigo's a great pick. I've seen Ambush play it a fair bit in the past, and when I say in the past, it is sort of previous iterations of the map, but I think Vertigo's a strong pick in this best of 3, and probably one of the best picks that could come through on this map, Vito, Jay.
Yeah, absolutely. In that respect, I'm going to give them a little bit of breathing room. Again, part of the reason why I'm saying Ambush have a chance is that they've managed to win out a pretty key map in the veto. And with Overpass also not being the best map in the world for the Movistar Riders side, you also got to imagine that maybe this might also be a bit of an opportunity again to steal an upset away. You know, their results on the likes of this second map have been suspect to say the least. You know, they've lost to the likes of Saw and Gamer Legion in the past. They got close against S2V, who, you know, aren't a team of any reputable notes. Losses to Fate, close maps against North, also lost to Copenhagen Flames. Didn't manage to take an upset against FaZe, but that's like the one outlier result against all the rest of the tier 2 competitions in which they ended up losing for the majority of time. So, you know, again, Ambush, I think they've won a pretty key map in the they've won a key sort of veto, I feel like.
No, there's no doubt that I'm looking at this veto and I'm thinking I'm still favoring Movistar Riders. Yes, we've seen the inconsistency. Yes, we've seen some poor performance online for them. But there's no doubt that you compare these two teams and Ambush are coming in as a massive underdog in this best of 3. But the way that the veto has come out, Jay, it's a strong veto. I mean, look, Inferno picked from the Riders. It's smart. It's a map that they play a lot. It's a map that there's been some good results on. You know, going a win over Mouse Sports. We're also seeing them over Godsend. Even a 16-2 against Fnatic on this map. So all in all, Inferno, I can't see there being any way that Ambush can even maybe pick up double digits on that map. But going to a third of Overpass, we could seriously be on an unbelievable best of 3 in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, Ambush have bought themselves the best opportunity here. It's just a case of trying to find those executions. Now, obviously, we haven't delved too deep into this Ambush lineup. Obviously, I kind of want to talk a little bit about these guys because we don't know what the defined roles are, per se, about this team. I think we know that Rixo is the AWP player.
Yeah,
his history
right
on Singularity and Tricked certainly is of note for his own right. So let's talk about him in the AWP battles here. What can we expect to see out of this kid?
You can expect a lot. Like, honestly, I've seen Rixo. I maybe casted him 5 or 6 times over the course of this year, and he's insane. Like, he is one of these Danish talents where at some moment, some Danish team is going to look at him and think, my goodness, how do we not pick him up early enough? Because there's a lot of talent in the Danish scene, but Rixo, he's consistent with the AWP. He doesn't mind getting aggressive and trying to go for some opening jewels. He hits those hard flicks, and he's also very consistent AWP, Jay.
And it certainly will be one of the resting points, I feel like, for this squad. You know, we've also got Insta, who's also shared lineups with the Tricked and NS and Singularity squad, so I'm looking to see him and see what he can do. There's a bit of experience in that respect because he's 27 years old. He's had a lot of an opportunity for them. So, you know, it certainly is a lot of young talents. You know, Iceberg in particular as well is also only 19 years of age. So, you know, there's still a lot of growth room, I feel like, for this lineup. So, in terms of their future perspectives, you know, a good victory here probably going to prove to be pretty pivotal.
No, absolutely. I mean, honestly, any victories they can get in home sweet home would be sort of great for the brand as well for Ambush and great for the players to really show that we're the underdogs coming in here, Jay, but we can also put up a bit of a fight.
Well, our pistol round is about to go live on this one, Dweg, so I want to get some quick predictions from you. How do you feel about this best of 3 series? I know, obviously, we've entertained the optimism on the Ambush side, but, you know, realistically, coming back down to earth, how do we see this match going?
Look, I can honestly see Ambush picking up this first map, but I don't see it going any further than that. So I'm going to go with a 2-1 prediction for Movistar Riders.
Yeah, I'm sort of in the same sort of boat. I feel like 2-1 is the most fair sort of prediction. I think Movistar Riders should be able to take this victory overall. They have such a confident stance. Again, the experience on that side is so much more versatile compared to Ambush. So I don't think they're going to take it to school, but I definitely think they're going to take them somewhere in this particular case as we find out how far they will be able to go. It's the pistol round with Ambush starting things off on CT side here. Movistar Riders, of course, and a major disadvantage here in this map. We have the fuse kit on Insta, a smoke down for him as well. Double flash and smoke for Steel, and a smoke molly for Alex as Movistar Riders prompt their way into the mid push.
And so far for the ambush side, haven't really seen too much of a contact. Finally, there is a little bit of utility being used out from mid, but I love the aggression coming out from ramp.
They've put a lot of players out here to this A-bomb side. They do rotate 2 away in the end. There's a lot of aggression coming in from these CTs, and Zek is just waiting back, hoping to catch Mopos as the mid phase comes in. They've got a lot of mid control, looking to backstab into the A-bomb site. They do get Typos down. There's 2 frags being found by the CT forces, and a 2 versus 4 as Iceberg gets a kill on Eastor. They've sandwiched in one of Lowell. He does get to the bomb site. The bomb's making its way up. 2 players on flank, though, so they can't hold on. Rick actually gets TK'd. That might be enough. Oh, no! Ambush! Throwing this one away. That couldn't have gone more wrong.
Oh my goodness, lol. What an ending result coming out from Movistar Riders, and somehow they bring that back, Jay. It almost looked like it was an impossible situation for LoL to be able to bring just everything to the table. 4 kills in the end there from him, and he's granted himself an AK. He deserves it, Jay.
Oh, that just that is upsetting, I feel like, for any Ambush fan, because that definitely did not go right. That TK throwing everything away, I think. And the Deagles come back out for the CT forces, of course, on the eco. A bit of a heavy investment despite the lack of Kevlar and utility. But a round they should not have lost, and now one that they're going to try and have to steal back here. They're going passive of their own, where Movistar Riders playing carefully as usual.
Yeah, an ambush. An opportunity to at least try and do some damage in this round. It's not a complete upgrade, or a force buy, I should say. It's just a couple of deagles to work with. And they've got a lot of information, the CTs at the moment. A lot of footsteps being heard over towards this ramp area. And Movistar Riders, with just really basic utility, or even not using too much utility, they've been able to take control. But that's a great shot coming out from Iceberg.
Another boost up here from Typos. It's making their way towards construction. He sees Eastor, but a bit too quick to the trigger. Very, very itchy on that finger. They do concede a chance to get another pick back for the ambush side. Movistar Riders still going to challenge him here, and they've still got quite a lot of forces. Rixo will go falling, the USP falling out. Smokes down towards cross. Typos here on the bomb side. Smoke lands past him, so he can get a good couple of shots. He gets Mopods for 1. Eastor trades it and doubles up to Iceberg, so there's only 2 left on the CT defensive. As Alex looks for his plant, Eastor will get his triple. Plenty of money swing in the favor of the SMGs, but still damage being sustained. Zex found 1 good kill at the edge of the smoke. 2 more to find. No defuse kit, no utility, and obviously no Kevlar for this man. Around the corner. Back turn at the wrong moment. Lowell will take him down. So there you go. The second round being won by the Movistar Riders side. The money's still a little bit suspect for Ambush. I imagine potentially a half buy at best, if not another eco. And still decent damage being done to the Riders.
Yeah, look, it's not bad. I mean, unfortunately, there was a lot of Mac 10s out for the Riders. So even with a lot of players going down, it doesn't really affect the money line too massively. And yeah, because we saw just the upgraded Deagles going out into that second round, wasn't quite the force buy. We're going to see sort of like another half buy going into the third, and then the rifles to come up into the next. And I'll tell you what, for the Riders, we're seeing a lot of presence going out towards ramp in the early stages of this map. And the stack for ambush, they think, well, surely they must be going B at some stage.
Good shot from Alex, starting things off. The CTs stacked in. Now to rotate back towards the A-bomb site, try and see if they can get something out of this. Maybe some damage, taking a rifle out of play, but no, the Mac 10s are all things that cleaning things up. Lowell does fall, so they find one thing, but I think that AK that should get picked up relatively soon. So they keep all their rifles in check. There's a 3-0 for the Riders. Going to keep as many of those Mac 10s in play as well. Try and get a bonus round out of this one. Ambush will be on full M4s, and head Kevlar could go for an AWP on Rixo, and that's exactly what they're going to do here. Just going for the full ecos in the last couple of rounds to ensure that he had the maximum amount of money that he needed. So double flash smoke on his utility basis, but the AWP is going to be the main sticking point for his port in the setup. And a run boost in. Alex, oh, he can get so much out of this, and indeed he does. Iceberg and Zek down already. B site's open for business. He'll grab an AUG as well to hold the front line. The bomb can get planted in a moment. And that was just such a fantastic run boost that gets all the control for the T side.
And I tell you what, this probably just the city's looking for exit frags. It's going to be a save attempt because for the Riders, it's a 5-on-3. They've completely overwhelmed that B bomb site, and all it comes down to is a really good call coming out from Steel. They've realized they've won 3 rounds in a row. They're going to be up against the full buy, the rifles to come out from ambush. Now we've seen a lot of A presence, a lot of ramp presence, nothing really over to the B stairs. We've seen a lot of aggression over to ramp, and this time, Jay, they change it up completely. The run boost comes up. We see a great opening coming out from Alex. 2 kills with that MAC-10. And for ambush, we will see a buy going into the next, but this is such a statement for the Riders to get things going in the early stages of the first map.
A good shot connecting from Rixo at least takes out a secondary player, so they get some exit damage. But it's not much in the grand scale of things. I mean, Movistar Riders have loads of money. The MAC-10's getting so much work out of this. Watch this run boost sequence again from Alex.
Nice.
You can't get much better than that. And there's 2 rifles being dropped by a MAC-10, upgrade to an AUG for free. And you can see what the money line's looking like as a result. Eastal's on 10K post-buy. Everybody else on a rough $5,000 average. Look at Rixo getting aggressive. Oh, what a shot! All right, ambush getting warmed up, and now I'm going to try and get started here. The T's are going very fast into the bomb site. Flashes will blind off them, and they haven't checked sandbags. Insta chance to strike. Rixo gets another kill, and Insta doubles up for his own double kill. It's all left to Eastal 1v4. The bomb's been dropped in the open, and ambush, well, their ambush is going to work pretty well against the Riders. AWP focusing fire, and Rixo, what a round from him to open and close and get the first on the CT side.
And there it is. Finally, we're starting to see Rixo come into his own. The second time he's had the AWP, we saw it in that previous round, but unfortunately he was over towards that A bomb site. This flick, man, that's so quick. I just hope this continues. I hope that it wasn't like, oh, okay, the first one was a bit of a lucky flick, but honestly, this man, he's sharp with the AWP.
That was just glorious. Just so glorious there with the AWP picked up. The AWP potentially to respond here for Eastor on scopes. And flashes over from Alex and against Alex and Co, I should say. The pick comes in from Rixo, takes out Alex, opening things up again for ambush. This AWP. And a mountain of work for this CT side. M4 next up. Eastor can respond to it, so at least they get something in return.
I'm not sure if I like that player coming out from Typos. So he's kind of aggressive in a 5-on-4 advantage. I mean, it was difficult for him to fall back, but they kind of left him alone. And as soon as he goes down, there's just no way of any trade frag coming out. Lol, trying to make a bit of a solo play out from it. He's just trying to gather us some information, see if he can find an opening. He spotted out the comm cloud, but at the moment, it still looks like the Riders want to try and go over towards this A bomb site. Ooh, what is this boost from Estor? They're trying to actually get up. What is going on? Here we are.
Okay, here it is. Trying to look to the pat lines. I like this. This gets a lot of vision. Can't see anybody as of right now, though, so I'm going to have to drop off and just try and go for a standard push in. But that could be an information bait if they can gain that ramp control early on in the halves, in the rounds, I should say. Setting up for the execution, though. Molotovs towards the side entrance. Insta's going to get backed up by Rixo here with the AWP coming in from the entrance. Smoke down to him. He does peek out towards Eastor. The gap locked off by the T side AWPer, so the man advantage swings to the favor of the Movistar side. Insta looking in. Spray through. Mopoz gets that headshot. Another bomb can cross successfully, get planted down. 2 players left for the retake. I have a feeling they may just want to save here.
I tell you what, I mean, that was a great start coming out from ambush, but it kind of all fell apart when there was really only one player on the A bomb site. We saw Insta, I believe it was, that was sort of playing alone on A and then waiting for his AWP teammate to try and rotate in. But I suppose ambush, they kind of got caught off guard. I suppose because it was a bit of a dry run into that A bomb site. We didn't really see any utility when the pressure came up, at least when the AWP tried to swing from Estor. And for the Riders, a 5-1 start going the way on the T side of Vertigo. Things are starting to look very good at the moment for the Spaniards.
All looking real good at this 5-1. More pause to come out here. It's ambush. The ambush taking this tech? Okay, it's a technical pause for ambush, so a small little moment's respite for these guys. I don't know what the issue is, but we'll hopefully sort it out very, very soon. But an opportunity here to see, well, actually not a whole lot, I was going to say. An opportunity to see how they're going to approach this next round because they have a moment's respite to figure out the buy here. I mean, it should have been a full buy anyway, but I was wondering if they were going to go ahead and take some liberties That's AUG's in for Zek, AWP out for Rixo, and of course the M4's in on 3 other players. Movistar with their AKs as standard, out to try and keep this going because it has been very confident stuff. And case in point there, Alex opening things up to the B site play. Moppo's going to get heavily aggressive. Gotta check the bomb site. AUG in the back here does get Moppo's down. Looks on for a headshot against Eastor, but the AWP trades it out. There's also aggression coming in from the ramp area. And the AWP of Rixo are going to stand alongside a teammate. Flashes come over, sprays in from Insta. Around this corner could be the challenges that Movistar Riders need to gain control. Rixo's going to make a lot of noise, actually. Bomb hasn't committed just yet. Typos backed up, does get Lowell on trade, so a small backstab coming in. Steel is on the backstab of his own right, does get Insta down. Needs to find that AWP soon as Movistar continue to press up into the B bomb site. The AWP pick not going to get found, and they go a little bit quiet and passive.
I'll tell you what, it looks like they still want to try and commit to the B side for the T side. Estor and grouped up with Alex, and all Steel needs to do, try and settle as much of a fake as possible. They've rotated the AWP off of the B bomb site. The B bomb site's clear.
2-on-2 situation. Post plant to come up in a moment's time. Alex going to move forward and buy a bit of breathing room for Eastor to get the bomb plant. And the AWP backing up out of default. Going to hold in the back lines as Typos moves in. Made on Alex's position. No, it comes out at the wrong moment. The swing's perfect. And Rixo's left alone with the AWP. He's pulled off some nutty shots so far. It's a 1 versus 2 clutch for him, though. And unfortunately, his first chance will be his wasted chance. We see 6 go on the board for Movistar Riders, confident as anything, and I thought this would be a relatively decent, confident affair for Ambush, but this T side is going swimmingly for the Spaniards.
Well, all it comes down to is finding opening kills, and so far, Alex has been able to find an opening kill almost every round, which is working out beautifully for the Riders to at least get the early advantage, to get the opening man advantage, use that information, and it seems like for Ambush, once they lose that opening fight, Jade, they don't want to regress any further to try and bring it back.
Cost them a little bit of breathing room as a result. Nice nade up from Rixo, at least starts things off against Steel. Going to try and find Alex above the smoke, so nades to respond from the T side. Typos and Rixo take overall more damage between those two players. Mopos will move up. Can he find the kill against Typos?
Ooh, that was through the wall bang, I believe it was, from Insta. But Mopos off. Look at these entries, man, to the ramp.
Swinging out, finding the right heads at the right times. Insta does get 2 picks, 3 overall, with Iceberg getting Mopos back, and suddenly those entries look better for the CT side. Lowell left alone. 1-3 scenario, he is in mid. Zek will take a challenge, get his kill easy as that. I don't know what happened with Insta there. I think he may have sprayed through the metal wall. On
yeah,
the,
I think that's what it was.
Yeah, on the alley position. So, not sure whether luck, information reading, or what have you, but either way, it does lead to a second for the Ambush side as the defensive on the A side holds firm this time.
Yeah, and look, that's really important. We saw at some stage the Riders looked to be in a pretty good position. They were able to at least kind of contain the control out through ramp. But it's just Insta coming into his own, finding 3 kills at the end of that round. Even the CT's trying to force the T's back from taking mid control. Lowell's done a lot of lurking around mid these last few rounds. And this time around, he's going to be backed up by Mopos.
AKs, M4s, AUGs coming out for Ambush as they desperately try and find a way to hold on to this B site. Again, a lot of B site presence being held early on in these rounds. Typos the only man to hold mid. He's got back up there from Rixo playing contact. A good flash in and nade to try to force the man out. The Molotov should do a little bit better. The incendiary to respond from Typos as Rixo burns to 53 HP. Burst up, 1 kill found, not quite his second. Lowell will get that trade. Continue challenging towards mid as the A site now comes under siege. Rixo's going to go ahead and join that from the mid challenge. They found the 4-on-4 at least as Movistar start to lean towards ramp.
And Ambush aren't really set up too nicely, I kind of want to say, on the defensive over here at A. It's really, again, only Insta that's looking into that A bomb site. As soon as that utility goes down, Rixo's going to be just completely smoked out of the position. There's no way that he can try and fight unless he wants to over-aggress. But for the Riders, once again, they're finding a lot of success over towards this ramp area, and they're going back to the A bomb site, Jay.
25 seconds. Smokes down from both sides, buying breathing room for the T's more specifically as Alex looks to enter. Get this bomb down pretty quick here. Time is ticking. If Insta pops up at the right time, he could deny the plant. That's going to go for it. Insta going to pop up to the... no, never mind. Lowell's going to get the shot through. Don't know where it came from, but 4-on-3 scenario as the CTs try and aggress. They do find Alex. Still trades it. He goes falling into the hands of Zek. Rixo combining as well. They have the info on the last two CTs left. Zek tapping through. Can't get the next player down. He still gets the kill. And now they're going to stick the full 5 seconds. 27 HP. Rixo going to back off. And Lowell will get the kill for it as... Smoke not enough hard cover and too low HP on the man, so Movistar will be able to secure their 7th. Ambush struggling so far in this one. They've got a couple of good flash in the pan rounds, but nothing solid and consistent from this CT side.
They've got to take control. They've got to take map control. We're seeing so much passiveness coming out from Ambush, at least later and mid rounds, because at the moment they're just allowing the riders to kind of walk so far up ramp before executing to A and running the clock so low as well. I mean, yes, you can say they had the information. They had a bit of a gamble stack over towards the A bomb site in the end. But I really want to see some map control being taken from Ambush because the riders, they're taking this control too easily.
Steel wrapping up. Deagle from Typos desperately trying to look for the headshot. He couldn't land it, so Steel gets his double. And now they enter towards A. This crossfire from Ambush is way too spread apart. They do get a third player involved. Blind firing for those smokes only get you so far, Zek. Steel's got control. Rixo's going to wait. Haven't committed the bomb to the site just yet. Zek and Rixo fall low. They will drop Alex at least. That's something found. Steel going to follow suit on the Rixo though. And both players focusing on the backstab of Mopoz here. You're going to take one player back to the aggressive site position. Should find Zek. Actually not going to get caught off guard by Iceberg, so they find an AK. But you can see how he's just going to fall out of dodge here. I mean, this is an eco round, so to get 2 players down and an AK recovered on the CT side, I think that's a perfect stance.
And look, one thing that the riders have been doing incredibly well is using their lurkers, you know, into some really interesting positions, being able to, a lot of the time, use Lowell out through mid. And what that does is it, first of all, it cuts off the rotates from the B to A bomb site, but it also allows, Jay, the fact that the CTs are like, is there a player out from mid? And we've seen it a lot from Ambush that when the riders are setting up for an A take, they only have a single player at A because the second player, he's close to the A bomb site, but he's looking out through mid.
Orps, M4's coming out on the CT side. Ambush, Orp in, not going to take his shots. Try to look for it at the end of the smoke, but does fall back passive in the end. Steel bursting up, AWP above the smoke. Nade will do damage to Rixo, not a mass amount, but 69 points of HP. And again, Movistar going back to these passive defaults here, where they slowly push up and try and look for the picks, because they know that they can force the issue. They just slow walk it. So they're facing towards Rixo. He's unable to connect his first shot in the first kill in the round. Will repeat for one, but again, not able to land it. He's missing quite a number of shots over this one.
Yeah, look, missing a couple of the easy shots. A bit unfortunate. A lot of information as well for the riders knowing exactly where that AWP is. The sandwich player or the sandbags player is at a really awkward position. And I tell you what, ZEQ is all alone over at this B bomb site. How has Mopoz gotten to this position? What?
What's that map control you're talking about? You know, I don't think anyone was challenging mids, so they're able to take easy mid control, get up to cut off the rotation. B site's open, by the way. If they just fast rotate back in, they get an easy bomb plant. There's nothing that the CTs can do about that. Insta will try force the issue on one. And the M4 looking up towards the stack position, out towards the top mid area of the entrance. And eventually they should be able to find their way in as Insta goes falling. Mopoz dealing with plenty. Yeah, he does go full into Rixo in the end. AWP does come up good for 1 kill, but now him and Typos here to make their way towards the B site, but it doesn't matter because it's all a big fake. Alex has moved up. He's gained A site control. The bomb's on its way to get planted. Be a little bit late to this one, but they should be able to secure the plant as Lowell gets Rixo. It's now all left to Typos here on the B site. He'll realize now that he's made a grave mistake. And Movistar should secure their 9th on the T side.
And I'm not sure how much this comes down to anti-straining from the riders, but I'm looking at them and I'm thinking these guys look drilled on Vertigo. It's a map that we've seen some poor results from them in the past, but I tell you what, so far on the T side, things have looked really good. Their entries have looked incredibly sharp. Players are stepping up, and I tell you what, even Estor, we haven't really seen too much impact with him with the AWP. It's all been the rifles.
And speaking of AWP impact, again, I want to bring a mention to Rixo because while he did have some very good shots in the earlier part of the half, they haven't been very consistent. Now, he is the top fragger, but only 9 kills compared to the 12 that we're seeing on Lowell as the top fragger of the Movistar squad. And certainly better team play overall, again, with all those rifles coming into fruition. So Ambush are looking good. You could be looking good yourself if you would like to do so. We're currently running a big giveaway. We're giving away 10 €10 vouchers, a M9 Bayonet Damascus Steel in factory new, and an M4A1S Player 2 factory new, which of course you can go ahead and find that that giveaway over on the Esports Bible Twitter page.
Good way to get involved into some really nice skins, Jay.
Of course, big shout out to Skin Baron for providing all those prizes for us. So
absolutely.
Ambush looking to try and provide an entry here on this CT side out towards the ramp, push the M4s, the sprays through, going to do very little damage. They do force East off position and do force them to get a bit more passive again on the Riders squad.
An Ambush, I mean, even with that deep smoke coming out from ramp, they're not taking the control. They're really just playing passive. And for the Riders, they're falling off from A. They've realized, you know what, we don't really need to take this at the moment. We're going to slowly start to take some mid control coming out from Lowell. But this looks to just be a B-site exi.
AWP focus from Rixo, looking on towards the mid position. He flashes over. Zek backed up behind. He's going to fire away a bit prematurely. He does give Mopos the map control, but he doesn't get anything done with it. Steel can find his trade, and it will be a 4v4 retake to the B bomb site. How do Ambush approach this? I think there's a backstab coming in towards the lowest portion of the bomb site, or lower portion of the map, I should say, and indeed Lowell will get that pick away. So their flank has been shut down, and Ambush, yeah, as you mentioned, getting the hell out of Dodge to save their M4s and AWP to go to round 13 with hopefully something out of this one. But every round they save is another one that Movistar Riders can take control of. And they're going to go hunting. You know, their economy is in such a good spot that if they get these kills away, the CTs will have not a lot to work with going into the last rounds of the half.
Yeah, look, that was actually pretty smart coming out from Lowell, just making sure that, you know, even if he goes down, it's not a big difference, but if he gets 1 or 2 kills, it puts a massive difference in terms of the economy and what buy we'll see coming out from Ambush going into the next, because we will see the forced buy investment. We'll see a couple of M4s possibly being dropped from either one of the 3 players that stayed alive. But 10-2, I'm getting worrying signs here for Ambush because, yeah, look, I suppose we saw a couple of nice shots coming out from Rixo, but he's been incredibly quiet, and it hasn't really seemed like an individual has stepped up to have a big play. The last one that I can remember is Insta's 3K, which almost seems like it was so long ago.
Mac 10 in for Mopos, gets typos down. Insta held back to the cross, getting Mopos for a quick trade of 4 versus 4 scenario. Incendiary is all forced the CTs back as Movistar look to commit very heavily into this bomb site, and it looks like the CTs are already positioning the passive angles. Rixo again is AWP up in the back lines, but the smokes and Molotovs have forced them away from active angles. The peeking from the AWP will need to find something back at Sandbags. He's evaded Steel in the back lines and looking for a wallbang shot that he can't connect. Steel will shut him down with the AK headshot. How do Ambush approach this? 4v3, lacking in utility a little bit. I think they've got enough to set up the retake regardless. The AWP of Insta desperately trying to get something out here from the back of the site. He's firing away. They're going to catch someone out here, but just none of it's coming through from an Ambush. Just slowly backing away. They're going to save for another round, and this is starting to fall to pieces here.
Yeah, look, this is very unfortunate coming out from Ambush that we're really not even seeing them play their own game on the city side. We haven't seen the double AWP setup coming out at all. We haven't really seen any map control being taken. We haven't really even seen too many opening advantages go their way. At the moment, the Riders are they're just soaring with confidence. We saw Mopos, you know, just running up alley with a Mac 10. If they were maybe facing some tougher competition and the scoreline was a little bit closer, they probably don't go for a play like that. But they've got so much confidence, they go, you know what, let's do it.
(11-2). And what we thought could have been a good map for the Ambush side, a sticking point that could have got themselves into this series, it seems like it's just going to be the complete opposite of that, Dweg. Alex will get Rixo to start. Typos backed up behind the smoke, Steel at the edge of it. He gets another kill. No idea that Eastal's there though. So focused on the construction area, he's just unable to check all of his angles. The 2-for-1 trade. Movistar going to try and make it 3. Alex does have his back turn to Instas. They do find something to return. Now with the mid control coming in from Mopos, all their attention drawn away, they once again will find the right angle at the right time and start to backstab in. They've only got Zek, who's about to receive a rude awakening here on the B site defensive. Mopos just creeping around this corner, and as soon as he sees this man, he should shut his headshot down. His teammates are also making their way in to make their way up. They've got to isolate this player.
Mopos hasn't even cleared the site. He's going to call to his teammates that he's pretty sure the B's open.
Can set up for a kill and deny some rotations, and they could still deal with Zek, but it all comes down to timing. He's going to drop one. Iceberg gets the trade of his own right, and the bomb's been dropped. 2 versus 2. Zek gonna survive. Awkward sprays from Lowell. It's all left to Mopos. He should have moved all the way in, as you mentioned. He called sites clear. Bomb's been dropped. He's got to get this on kills alone. The spray's good against Zek, but now desperate needs to find Insta. 20 seconds. Bomb's been dropped. Insta's on the top end of the site, defending the site directly. Ort picked up. 15 seconds. How does Mopos deal with this? AK recovered. Molotov down to put a smoke up. Here it comes. The spray from Insta will connect it. And well, a bit complacent there from Movistar Riders, but one mistake is what cost them that round. One ambush will still be up to 3, and it will still be 11 on the T-side board. Going into that last round of the half, a little bit more to go. Yeah, look, that's a really poor call coming out from the Riders for Mopos not to check the site completely. I can understand that he wants to try and cut off the rotates from the A players, but the fact of the matter is they don't know the B is completely open. The call comes in, and it's a great hold towards the top of ramp, and ambush, they get very lucky off a big mistake from the Spaniards. They buy back in for the Movistar Riders side. We'll try get something going here on the heavy aggressive A play. Mopos backed up, sprays through on Typos. He does get 1 kill for LOL, but it's returned back by Alex. Do find themselves in. The MAC-10 should be able to swap out to one of those rifles that was dropped. The 9-for-1 fell off at the sandbags area, but either way, he's going to enter with the MAC-10, continue facing forward. He's got teammates coming in from Alien Construction. Still gets that headshot, I think, at the edge of the smoke at the left-hand side. The plant can get secured here by Alex. 4 versus 3. Retake mode up for the CT defensive. Iceberg will move in, but can't find anything.
3-on-4 ambush in such a difficult position to try and retake this bomb site. And Jay, it even looks like it. Look how slow the retake is coming through.
Rixo, good pick. Alex turns around for a headshot. Eastor turns it on and leaving it all left to Rixo. 1v3. He finds the first. He'll find no more. 12-3 at the turn of the half for Movistar Riders. That is absolutely dominant from the T side, and concerning again from Ambush, considering where this map stands in Movistar's pool. This should have been a much more confident affair from the CT force.
You'd think it would have been. And for Ambush, I mean, one thing that I'm thinking back to that first half chain, I'm thinking, what, there was 1 tactical pause from Ambush? I think that's all we saw.
Yeah, not including the tech pauses, obviously, but...
Yeah, so look,
I think
mean,
that sounds about right to me, so... But Ambush... Their T side needs to be just as strong. And I realize it's a T-sided map, so, you know, it could still go well for them, but things could also go well for you. Once again, to remind you that we are doing a giveaway in association with Skin Baron. On the Esports Bible Twitter page, you'll find yourself a Gleam link where 12 winners can win €10 vouchers, a M9 Bayonet Damascus Steel, and an M4A1S Player 2. Come back to that in a moment because the pistol round's going quickly live on the Movistar Riders side. They will lose Lowell to start. Steel's going to get forced back at the edge of the smoke electric box. And Alex still here towards the stack in the mid connector area. Jump facing. Iceberg taps through from Steel, could not connect the kill. So it's a 5-on-4 retake. Favorable to the T side as further jump seeing where Insta is. Unable to get these kills still from Steel, but Zek does go falling, so a chance has been bought. Round of the corner, look for Typos next. Steel gets that kill. Mopos gets Insta next, so it's all left to Iceberg and Rixo held back to the back of the site. Smoke on, Diffuse being stuck. No one's going to challenge it. Iceberg gets 1 kill. Alex comes up and Mopos gets a kill of his own. And that will be the end of the round. Ambush doing so much, but not able to get anything done. It's 13-3 in the Movistar Riders. 10-round deficit has been put in place.
And I tell you what, I actually don't mind that pistol round strat coming out from Ambush. We're seeing aggression. It's up to the B bomb site. They get a bomb plant. But the retake, it's just too strong from the Riders. Maybe I would have liked to have seen some aggression, whether they try and push through that smokes or try and take the fight to the CTs, because what we saw from Ambush was very passive, and it allowed the Riders to be able to gain complete site control while there were still players alive for the T side. And what's interesting, Jay, is even with the scoreline at 13-3 and a bomb plant in the last round, it's not a force buy from Ambush.
It's an eco. I guess I want to get the rifles out in round 18.
Yeah.
Personally, I would have gone for that force buy. I mean, nah. I mean, it's a bit weird because like, you could potentially get this round together and then you would deny the map point, but you could also now deny the map point on the back of the eco. So it can make sense depending on which angle you come at it from. But this round probably is going to be not much of anything for the T side. Is seeing the aggression coming in. Eastor with his 3 SMG kills. The bomb's been dropped. The Deagle of Typos not doing anything against the M4, so Zek left alone. I think they went for the run boost early on, but it won't do anything for them again. It'll be a simple round for Movistar Riders, 14-3. And a buy coming up for Ambush. We're seeing the AKs coming in across the board. This will need to be their round, though. If it's not, then they're up the creek.
Yeah, that's one way of putting it. Yeah, look, at the moment, the Riders are just... I don't want to say this is too easy for them, but we're just starting to see the difference between these two sides is just Ambush are being outclassed. That's honestly what it is.
M4 and FAMAS of Alex will be the contact players out towards ramp. I mean, I guess Movistar Riders do have a slightly weaker buy compared to Ambush. Money's not also fantastic either, so... They're working for them. Oh, but they... What? Mopos? How can they not deal with him? 13 HP, stays alive. The spray transfer between one and the other and back to the other again. They do lose Lowell on the aggression, but it's a 4v3 favorable to the Riders.
I'll tell you what, Ambush aren't in a terrible position at the moment. It's a 3-on-4, they're in a man disadvantage. There's not a lot of utility to work with, but at least they've sort of split the defense, and they've actually allowed Steel to get very aggressive out from the B stairs. His position's been seen. As soon as he goes down, that should be a rotate. Oh, that HE is so perfect from Steel. And I'll tell you what, now Riders are in a position that you think they can't lose this.
I mean, certainly with that kill coming in from Typos, the only real advantage they had was the map positioning and the flank. The AWP from Rixo missing. How can Steel be allowed to get that aggressive? Oh, Rixo's getting 2 picks, but they're still hunting him down. They want to take this AWP out of play. They want to ensure that nothing is left for the T's going into Movistar Riders map point. And he will aggress back towards the temporary bridge. He could still get to the A site. He's got the bomb on his back, so he could secure a bomb plant here. I think Movistar Riders may have given up a chance.
This is definitely a chance for the AWP of Rixo. The thing is for the Riders is, even with Mopos low, they've got a kit and they've got utility. As soon as that smoke goes down, they know the rotates are going to start to come into the A-bomb side.
Plant down towards default. Mopos making his way in quick. Not enough time. Positioning well placed to deny it. And as you mentioned, as soon as that smoke came in, they responded instantly there. But it was disaster from the start here for the Ambush side. At least Rixo got a couple of trade frags that could have potentially spelled some sort of opportunity, but in the end, it's just not to be. So, map point for the Riders, 15-3. A force back from Ambush that will not be looking Gucci. Here they go. AK's out. They're blind. Okay, that's cool. No worries. 2 players left standing for the Ambush side as the aggression works out. Better for Movistar, they put up the brick wall and they look to finish the job right here, right now. Eastor with his Deagle out. Can't get a headshot on Typos. 1 pick back on Steel. No, forced to reload. And that's going to be the end of it. 16-3 on map 1. Movistar, absolutely dominant from the word go.
Yeah, look, I mean, that's an unbelievable result. 16-3 coming out for the Riders. But Jay, we've still got more to go. This is a best-of-3 series. We do have that second map going up just after this short break. Inferno is going to be that map of the series. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this short break.
And we did think that our first map may have been a chance for Ambush to ambush the Movistar Riders side, and it's not quite worked out the way that they wanted it to, as they got 16-3'd out of the tournament. It's not looking like a fun time for the Ambush side. Going into Inferno is where things could get real messy, I feel like, Dweg.
Yeah, look, I mean, after that first result, you can pretty much predict that this is going to be a 2-0 now. I mean, just having a look at some of the track record for the riders on this map, obviously being able to get a win over Mouse Sports and Road to Rio, as well as Godsend, Fnatic. I mean, yes, look, I suppose there's been some big teams. There's also been some lower tier teams of a Giants, Existence, and Soar as well. But look, I'm looking at this, Jay, and I'm thinking it's going to be rough for Ambush, to say the least.
Yeah, no, I mean, you know, the only real big sort of results that they've had have been victories against Pompa and Reason, and I'm not being funny, but those aren't exactly sort of like notable teams at the level of Movistar Riders caliber. As you mentioned, all those results against big level squads in Road to Rio and other such tournaments, so I'm thinking this is probably going to be a simple Movistar 2-0 victory. It was fair to assume 2-1 at the start, and look at the rip apart coming in from the CT side. Eastor and Mopos do get mopped up, but Mopos holds on for a secondary pick. Alex going down, Mopos gets his 3k, and simple stuff to close out the pistol on the Banana Rush. A shutdown coming in for the MV side.
Oh my goodness, the CZ does so much damage, and the cleanup is it's so easy for the riders. But look, I suppose it did come down to having quite a heavy stack towards the top of Banana and Ambush. They just really weren't able to find those entry kills, Jay.
The Ambush side did not get themselves a bomb plant as opposed to their T-side pistol from the last map, and even so they're going to go for the eco out on this one so they can get the rifles going into round 3, but even so, things have looked a little bit awkward. And again, with the SMGs pushing closer, you must imagine that Alex is ready to mop them all up. And alongside Mopos, they will be able to secure themselves simple as kills. Another 3k for Mopos. A couple of decent frags for Alex, hitting his $1,200 on the bank. And now Ambush should be up for a buy here, potentially. And didn't get much money out of the kill bonus in that last round, and don't expect it to do so, but let's see where they go. AKs across the board. No war potential for Rixo just yet. He will eventually go ahead and commit with the AK. No head Kevlar, though, and that might be a problem.
It's a little bit interesting. Opting against it, being able to get the AK up instead. And that utility, but for the Ambush side, this is an opportunity, finally. They've had a rough first map, they've come into the Inferno, they've been ripped apart in the early stages of the first couple of rounds. This is an opportunity to really start to set the pace. You've got 5 AKs to work with, no real presence towards Banana at the moment, but look at the shift of the positions from the riders. We're seeing no aggression, no presence aggressively anywhere at the map at the moment.
They're falling back because they realise there's AKs in play. I mean, that's the wallbang taps from the bridge area would give up that ghost. Speaking of passiveness, they're not even going to be watching the apartments area. Eventually, they do make their way into position. With Typos swung on that opening, a small gap in the fence could have been punched right through on the T-side setup. Backed up here to the balcony, checking out Pitt, keeping his eyes on with the AK. Bomb on the back of Iceberg for the moment as time starts to tick. 4 players in that mid position. Smokes do come down to try block off the crossing. And Iceberg moves into position. Molotov's down towards the back of the pit area. Taps up, sprays through. Eastor gets his SMG kill on Typos. Moving up, Eastor does fall down to the hands of Insta. 4-on-4 situation. All gets a trade. Keeps the man advantage for the moment, but Rixo and Zek can trade it right back as him and Alex fall. It's all left to steal on the back of the site. Caught off on the right in the graveyard position. Iceberg gets that kill, so Mopos is left alone. He's going to put an Incendiary down in the bomb plant position. Should force the issue of Iceberg, but he's a little bit late to that mark. Still, the Molotov burns quite a lot of damage. And this retake still coming in, looking for the headshot on Rixo, missing his bullets. Unable to connect to the head, unable to connect to the kill because that player has no head Kevlar either. Mopos can get that frag instantly. Going to find Iceberg here at the corner, going to swing slow. Still isolate the pick, but unable to deal with Rixo. So 2k for the man on the Ambush side as they do claim a rifle round back from the CT side.
That's actually a really nice round coming out from Ambush. So it's a pretty heavy set piece over to the A-bomb side. We saw the smoke wall on the side, and what they were able to do really nicely is deal with the presence of Estor through the graveyard before slowly making their way into the side. Now they took their time and allowed the rotates from the B players of Riders to rotate in, but they were still forced behind the utility. And for Ambush's sake, this could be an opportunity to really start to gain some momentum now, Jay.
Seeing the Movistar side fall back a little bit. Obviously, they've gone to upgrades on their pistol, on their rifles, I should say. For Marstel out for Alex, SMG still in for Steel, so it's not ideal. Could still do damage against Ambush, who are force put of their own right. I mean, this is the round that could turn the tide in the economy. Both sides up for an eco after this if they're not careful. And the Riders just holding back their passive angles here on the banana position. Got 2 players moving out angle. Falling back for a moment. Passive stuff from Ambush on this default.
A bit of an interesting setup at B, actually. So Mopos, it looks like he's trying to play like a bit of a solo play with the flashbang coming in. He gets a lot of information straight away. That's going to call at least one rotate off from the A players. But for Ambush, I was going to say it might not be the B commitment, but the bomb, it looked like it was making its way, but it's going to be a fake. It's going to be back to the A bomb site for the Danish side.
2 players on short to hold off and rotate and make their way in from long as smoke down as Iceberg tries to sell the fake, but just that initial bit of utility, no further contact out. They see 1 player at boost, Steel swings out from quad, gets 2 kills to the SMG, and Lowell shuts down the back of the bomb's been dropped. Iceberg's left alone. 17 seconds to get this kill, get a bomb plant, not gonna happen. Lowell ends up with 2 frags, and a great effort from Steel as well. That SMG getting so much money out of this. 2 AKs recovered for the CT side, the rest of the buy should be inevitable, and there's not a lot of cash for Ambush to work with.
Wow, what a hold coming out from Lowell and Still there and towards that porch and boosted up flower pot position. And for Ambush, it almost seemed like the read was perfect. They had a little bit of utility over towards that B bomb site. They were able to keep 2 defenders there. But running into the short face, they could just not deal with the trade frags. And for the Riders, they bring the economy game right back in their favor.
Sort of a brilliant break round as well.
Yeah.
Throwing everything off. Ambush just left with these pistols out, the Tech 9s, the P250s, the Glocks in on 3, and the bomb on the back of Insta. Taps from the Tech, hoping to find something out here towards Banana, but it is just pretty fruitless at the moment. The CTs aren't getting aggressive. They have gotten aggressive in the past, so I respect the idea, but a lot of work to be done as Eastor does pick apart Typos to start out the smokes. Ambush going to rotate back, try to look for a B rush instead.
And the Riders. And so far trying to just set themselves up for a bit of a crossfire over at the B bomb side of Mopos and Alex. The scary thing actually for the Riders is look at the lack of utility. Look how much utility has already been used.
Still have the firepower to their name. Insta does get 1, but Alex mops up 3. Good kill from Insta to respond, though. 2 picks to his name. An M4 to work with, but swinging out aggressive. He needs to get control of that bomb on the stairs area. Get it planted in the end. The further flash is down, and Still will catch him in the head as he exits. So 3 kills from Alex there on the defensive. Losing a little bit, but all in all maintaining control for the Rider side as they profiteer all in all. I mean, that damage coming into the eco with the level that the economy is at for the Rider side, it will leave them on a bit of an awkward money line. They still have 5 grand on East Tour, but Lowell down to 1. Mopos and Alex get to invest into their Kevlar and utility. Yeah, the money line's not going to be amazing, so not a bad eco, I think, from Ambush.
Yeah, look, it's not bad. It's 2 kills. Unfortunately, they don't get the bomb plant. If that bomb plant would have gone down, that would have been very much successful, but a bit unfortunate of how it fell. Really interesting, actually. We're seeing, look at the aggression from Estor with the AWP through the apartments, but he doesn't find the opener, Jay.
Well, the Zek instead. Mopos also going to get aggressive with his own right in the woods, that corner. Iceberg turn around. Lowell does get Zek in the end. Steel follows through on towards Typos, and they've gone past one T-side player. Rixo can get that trade, though, so it's the direct contact that wins out the fights. They thought they had mid-control. They were wrong, but there's a lot of information going their way. Alex going to get back past him. Expect the flak to come over. Smokes up, gets 1. Sprays on the second. Looking for instant next, but running out of ammo. So again, he will get a trade and will get a bomb plant out of this, but the 2 CTs on rotation will nade him back out position and force him to a passive retake.
Oh, we'd start 1 versus 2, and all it really comes down to is a bit of timing and a little bit of luck to go his way. He needs to try and isolate these one-on-ones, Jay.
Smoke down, back turned to construction. May try and find a backstab against Steel. His timing could be impeccable here. Insta could still win this. They're making their way in. He's hearing footsteps. He sees the player on the bomb site. Sprayed through on Steel. Backs turned towards Lowell, though, as he tries to escape to hard cover. Reposition towards the coffins. There's not enough time for that. And in the end, it will be Lowell to win out the fight. 2K to his name, a 5th round for Movistar Riders. And a lot of back and forth coming in. You know, Alex there with his 2K here on the spray down. A lot of work to hold the defensive all in all. I think he was the pivotal part for the CT side, but credit to Insta, man. That was a great clutch attempt.
Yeah, look, I mean, look, he tried the best that he could, but unfortunately just not being successful enough. And really, Ambush, what they need is to use that AWP to some sort of ability. It's actually insta-orping over Rixo at the moment, and I think that's maybe because of the spawn from Rixo. Look at the aggression coming up from brackets. They don't continue it any further, but this is some serious early map control.
Oh, that flashbang prompting out the shot. The nade up against Rixo should end his life. And a brilliant bait and switch play from Movistar. A brilliant adjustment as well to realize what they had to do. Again, forcing the shot, forcing the info, capitalizing on it with a flash out to the mid position. And advantage for Movistar Riders at this stage. Ambush. Again, forced to fall back to passive here. They're going to pick up the bomb on the back of Iceberg. They've got a little bit of banana control, but Movistar, they're very content with their passive positions. I mean, they can hold their own against Ambush when it comes to the hits, especially on the A site where it hasn't been all that successful.
And one thing I'm really worried about is the lack of utility for Ambush to try and get this set piece through. They got a couple of smokes to work with, but that's pretty much going to be it. They're going to have a solo B player to try and sell a bit of a fake, but it's into the A bomb site they go, Jay.
Zek's back turn, moving into the mid position.
They're backing off.
Bombs committed quite far, and yeah, they are. Out of the apartments, they fall away. Insta starting to prod towards the B site in 30 seconds, and they're going to have to make this decision. I think they're going to go ahead and go with the B hit. M4 over in the flower pot boost, keeping his eyes down low. Alex there with the crossfire, so the standard two-man split here for the site. A flashbang over to allow Moppos a chance to face away from that flash to turn around. Two players lining up for the man. He only gets that one kill on the bomb. Dropped. Second player up. He's denied it for the last few seconds. 7 left on the clock. Zek goes falling. It's all left to Insta. AWP got to go for the plant now. Fakes it, wants to get an exit kill, but that's as far as he'll go. He'll hide and stay passive and save this up into the next round. But that throws Ambush's money off, and obviously they do not win the round. Approaching Brazil territory for Movistar Riders.
And that's actually really smart coming out from Alex. It doesn't even matter if he loses his life. As long as he denies that bomb plant from going down, that's a successful round from the Riders, even with them winning out the round. Ambush, tell you what, they... I kind of want to say that they're struggling more than what we saw in that first map at the moment. And it's understandable, considering that this is the Riders map pick.
I agree, man. Like, the Riders on the CT side have just been decimating them, you know, in a couple of good rounds. And there have been a couple of close rounds. You know, don't take it away from Ambush. You know, kept this down to the wire at certain points with 1v2s that could have almost gone their way. So many players falling. I mean, even the economy state of Movistar Riders is proof to the pudding. You can see how low these players really are. Iceberg will be the first casualty of the round, but Lowell will take Zek to follow suit. Obviously, these pistols getting ripped apart. If they can keep all 5 players alive here, this could be the recovery chance for the economy of the Movistar Riders side. AWP of Insta will try to do that damage, but with so little backup around him, you got to think that Ambush are hard pressed for results here.
Oh, I love this utility going out from the Riders as well. Re-smoking up from brackets. It does allow the Ts to press up, but trying to hold them in. Good crossfires being set at the moment from the long and short position, and really not a lot of damage at all has been done to the CTs. It's really only Estor that's taken anything.
This was early aggressive peaks, and he'll be back on the long position to hold on with his AWP. Smoked off to the main entrance. That's about to clear though. Starting to fade right now. First contact typos seen. A premature shot there from the orb, but able to get the kill. 3 T-side players move up against Lowell and steal the crossfire. Steel will look up first, line up a couple of good picks. Lowell gets one of his own, and that'll be the end of it there for the Ambush Eco. Orb dropped. Not going to get safe for a double orb setup here for the Movistar Riders side. I mean, they've been doing pretty well with one orb, so I guess it's absolutely fine at the moment.
Yeah, look, I mean, I personally wouldn't change it, unless maybe they get themselves granted an AWP, which they sort of did. But look, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, Jay. And at the moment, the Riders are having a really easy time. The rifles are doing a hell of a lot of damage at the moment. And look at the aggression coming out from Moppos. The flashbang, unfortunately, gets him completely blind, but it's a change-up from the Spaniards.
Oh, but peeking from Steel could do so much. He gets 2 picks, lots of damage done to Iceberg. The AWP of Eastor picks up Zeki's burns to 14 HP. A 3-on-2 scenario that the CTs do come out on top of. That could have been very, very different, though. The counter utility was placed pretty well from Ambush. They got that first pick and their second one as a result of it. But again, heavy resistance in that mid area. The crossfire set gives Movistar Riders an advantage.
2 versus 3. Now, at least there's only one player at the B bomb site. The unfortunate thing, though, is it's Alex with 100 HP. As soon as he just takes a single bullet of contact, as soon as he sees a pixel of information, the rotates will start to come in immediately.
Smokes down. I think there was one. No, there was a flashbang over to Coffin. So Alex can play his position so well, and he's played it so well in this half so far. So there it is. 2 easy picks. Barely even getting... Well, actually just getting out completely unscathed. 100 HP for him. Another great sequence from him on that Coffin's position. I mean, he's going to be so hard to deal with, I feel like, for the rest of this half. He's played Coffin so well. But really, it's this play from Steel that set it all up, you know. Again, so much damage done to Iceberg to enable that first pick. And Rixo just not landing his shots today. And letting his team down, I feel like, because of it. Only 3 kills so far. Not quite the bottom frag, and that honor goes to Typos. The Ambush are struggling on the whole here. Their rifles will come back out, but they need to produce some rounds because Movistar have won the half, and being down a map already, Ambush could be up to losing. Last place, Eastor gets that first pick in mid.
And see, that's a play that you probably can't pull off against a team like North. It's just a slow peek going out around that Mexico area. Estor finding the opener. We've seen a lot of players play around this graveyard position between Steel and Lowell. But Ambush, looks like they're going to be grouped up for an Apps pop. This is one of the first times we've seen this from Ambush, an adaptation to the A-bomb site hits.
Flashes over, nades in, Steel looking for Typos first. Eastor and Lowell will get the trades in as Steel does fall. 2 players left, Rixo and Iceberg. The bomb's been dropped in pit. Iceberg will get one. Swinging from Lowell doesn't quite take the man down. 13 HP and a 2-on-2. Still winnable for Ambush, but a major HP disadvantage. And Mopos now knows the low HP player making his way up. Good sequence onto the high HP. And a trade back from Alex. He does bait his teammate to get that pick, and they do maintain control of the round here. And the money's still, pretty decent for Movistar. It won't be by the end of this buy here, but even so, they can afford their regular set of rifles. 9-1 right now for Ambush. They've got a lot of breathing room here.
And look, I really feel sorry for the Ambush guys in that last round. We saw some unbelievable duels going the way in that mid round, but the bomb, it was dropped in towards around that pit position, and they had to try and recover it before the rotates had... Well, before the presence was even shown, but unfortunately they're not even able to pick up that bomb. Typos is just completely pulled away from the rest of his teammates with the utility towards the top of Banana. And the Riders, I mean, this could be one of the easiest games that they've played in quite some time, Jay.
And again, not too shocking considering where these teams stand in the grand scale of Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
We did say going into this series that, yeah, Movistar Riders have been disappointing for a team that made it to the minor, but against all odds. Here against Ambush, I think a lot of people expected this victory, and certainly it seems like we have been seeing nothing but the expectations at this moment in time. Eco half buy coming in for the Ambush side on round 11. Going to look to round 12 to the rifles. But honestly, I don't think it's going to be anything of any major sort of value. Any major significance in the grand scale of this matchup. So Mopos and Alex just holding back in the back lines, waiting for the hit to come through. And when it does, Ambush, they'll be good enough to get some couple of picks on the Tech 9s and the Deagle, but it goes about as well as you would expect it there. Alex with 2, Mopos with 1, 10-1 on the board for Movistar Riders within 1 of that 10-round deficit. The rifles to try and deny here for Ambush, but it has been shut down time and time again so far in this match.
Yeah, look, I suppose going into this, like, there's no doubt that Ambush are the underdogs in this best of 3, but it's honestly really disappointing to see that they are getting demolished in this kind of a fashion. Even the run boost coming out from Estor almost took the shot, but opted against it.
So close. Iceberg in the end gets that first pick. Rixo chimes in with his AWP as well. Alex burning behind. Stack will get forced out position. Saw the man over at Woodstack corner. He's got no HEs. He puts the incendiary down. The smoke to respond there from Iceberg, and sure he doesn't burn alive. But yeah, Ambush coming out on top in the early mid phases. I did not expect that to go that well.
This is a great opportunity to be able to convert this round, and to convert it with many players staying alive to help the economy. But look, one thing you mentioned, Jay, no HG on the back of Alex. Well, Steel's got one, and with him rotating in, he deals with that Banana player, but it's the presence up through A, and Lowell, he's got all the information. He's heard all these footsteps.
And they haven't checked Boiler. He's going to get 2 kills for it. Ambush walking past. He's dropped the bomb and everything. Insta will get a trade back at quad, but as Typos falls, he's the last man left. 2 players tagged up. up, but Ambush again about a bot on a serious situation. He gets 2 kills. Top fragger for the T side. Bombs out against Alex and sprays Malik, and Alex wins out the fight. Ambush had every card in their hands, and they throw the whole deck away.
We even saw players checking Boiler. The first 2 players checked it, but they didn't see him. Oh, man. A 5-on-3 advantage.
I don't think Insta did check it.
I think Rixo might have just like not seen quite the edge.
Yeah.
Maybe because he's certainly got the AWP rather than a rifle. Mopos, he's going back to going aggressive again.
Oh boy. I mean, just the arrogance of the Movistar Rider side to go for this. They could have still made that work. It doesn't work out in the end. Again, they've dealt with the sheer mid-aggression on the CT side so well so far. And they have got a force buy on the Ambush squad. Eastor boosting up to look towards mid with his AWP. Incendiary down against Rixo's position will force him out of position. So get rid of some of the mid-aggression from the T side. But it is still default and no commitment to a site just yet.
Putting a little bit of utility over towards B, and it's going to force a rotate to come out from S-Store as well. Ambush. Honestly, I think going for the set pieces has to be their best option at the moment. And 5 players up against 4, man advantage, certainly doable, but the problem again is it's Alex, and Alex has been stepping up massively in this first half.
He's throwing the back lines potentially to finish off. A chance in Dark, back behind Pillar now. Alex is going to get Molotov out of the new box. He does end up falling. Good shot from the Orb. Second pick as well. Steel chimes in with his M4. And Rixo gets the deagle back to a 2-on-2. Steel next up the challenge. Gets Rixo to drop the bomb. Spray through against Typos. Takes him to 31 HP. And it's a 1v1 that Lowell could easily win here. Typos will plant back behind the fountain. And for Dark, it's going to fall back in. Dark, it all comes up to timing, and the headshot not lined up for the AK. So Lowell will look for the AWP. It was dropped somewhere on the site, I believe. Probably in the back line there over at Dark, if my memory serves me correctly.
Yeah,
there it is.
position. Yeah. I mean, one thing to highlight as well, Jay, is we look at how many chances Ambush had. Now, when I'm talking about chances, I'm obviously not saying they were favourable chances, but we had 1v2s, we had 1 versus 1s, we had 5-on-3s. A lot of these rounds were favourable to the Ambush side, and they've only been able to convert 1. So in terms of a retake scenario and mid-round calling from the Riders, they've looked exceptional.
I don't know why he's BMing Eastor, by the way. He's the man that basically saved this bomb site and set up a chance. Like,
That's a good point, yeah.
Good shots and everything. I mean, Steel did have a good helping hand in this one. But I think that's a bit uncalled for from his teammate. But either way, 12-1 for the Movistar Riders side. They are still certainly in the lead. And Ambush going to have a hell of a task of changing that, and I don't think they can do it in this half. I mean, you know, they've already lost it by at least a 12-3 margin. The AK is coming out, limited utility to support it. A lot of aggression coming out from the T-side forces, and Insta does get Eastor. Once again, the entries going well enough for the T-side force. Flashes over to try and make their way in. Lowell's going to spray back on Zek, and Typos will take him down. Manic sprays from Steel, does damage, but gets no kills for the Riders side. And that's more like it for Ambush. Took them 14 rounds to look this confident, but finally, they found themselves a site.
And it comes off some really quick plays, and honestly a lot of the time that they won out those fights, it came down to the Riders just being completely caught off guard. We saw quite a few of them with their nades out. They were trying to play anti-flash. They weren't supporting each other. They had no kind of suspicion or anything that there was going to be a fast play in towards brackets. And Ambush, it's a good read, and it's a great play to come out. At the moment, 5 players staying alive. You know, there's no doubt you're going to have a healthy buy going into the last round of the game. But you can't be happy with your result over this first half. I mean, yes, that's an exceptional second round, but what about the other 12 that the Riders have won, Jay?
That's really a sticking point, you know, like it's that 10-round deficit is the thing that's going to just, you know, skew the chances for Ambush. It's the fact that they've got to just get so many rounds to bring it back. And into round 15, they certainly won't make any major progress out of this. I mean, they could still turn a 12-3 half, which would give them a bit of a buffer, assuming they lose that pistol round. You know, we saw how they were able to get the bomb plant on that 12-3 half. And get themselves rifles out potentially to contend with in the second half of Vertigo, but obviously they won't have the bomb plant bonus going into the CT side, so that's one advantage taken away. And the scoreline is still something they've got to consider, so every little helps for Ambush, but I don't think they'll have a little enough. Round 15 gets started. It's passive defaults again from the ambush side, playing carefully around this. Start to flash their way in towards the short position. Smokes will go up and Alex will fall back.
I'll tell you what, this is actually like the best chance that Ambush have. There's only 2 players at this bomb site. The rotates are starting to come in quickly. The Lowell, though, going to strike onto the first. And these trade kills going the way of the Riders so quickly, Jay.
A 3-on-2 scenario, USP in the backline. Ricks are going to focus fire. AK spray lines up 2. Alex swings out from the other side and gets the final kill of the half. Still with a 3K, fantastic stuff for him. Top fragging for his team. And that stat line really tells a big story, doesn't it, Dweg?
Yeah, it certainly does. A lot of rounds going the way of the Riders, but I suppose for all the viewers in the chat that looking at this scoreline and thinking, well, there's not really too much of this best of 3 left. There is still a chance of getting involved in a fantastic giveaway being hosted by Skin Baron. There is a fantastic opportunity for you to win an M4A1S Player 2 factory new, a Bayonet Damascus Steel factory new, which I have not owned before, but does look very nice, and 10 €10 vouchers. So if you have a look into the Twitch chat and put ! giveaway, it'll give you the link straight for that. And, well, everyone could be happy. And I suppose the Riders can as well with that end result of that first half, chat.
They've been happy throughout the entire series, I feel like, Dweg.
Yeah.
It's been an easy affair for the Spaniards, and going into this pistol, you must imagine that their setup is predefined. Got the utility out for Alex and Steel. I think he had a Molotov that he could have, sorry, a smoke that he could have used there. I don't know if it got placed up early. The Riders looking to commit here to the B bomb site. They've got a passive contact from Iceberg. We're looking to try to smoke back down, but smoke towards Cross. He taps up on his USP, is unable to deal any damage. There's no kits on the CT side, by the way, so this retake is going to be so difficult. Steel sees him coming around the corner here towards the broken wall. Alex going to play contact, potentially bait in. His team may go for taps on taps. Insta goes down. 2 headshots found for Steel. Zek gets a trade. Does force the reload back on Alex, but he's reloading of his own. Like the P250 looking for the taps, and Zek gets his second kill. Meanwhile, the main site hit leaves it all on Zek, and he will end up falling. Movistar Riders decimating the main T-side force, and Ambush will lose the all-important pistol.
Oh my goodness. Okay. They needed to win pistol. They certainly did, and unfortunately it's not going their way. The force buy coming through, Ambush. The best thing that they can hope for, Jay, is just at least another round. At least something to be happy for.
I don't even think they'll get that much out of this. Mid-stack does get the first player down. Zek getting a secondary kill. The scout doing damage. And the CTs do end up falling to the hands of Mopos here on the mid-face. Nades up and everything. A 3-on-3 scenario, though. Smokes go down and Mopos keeps his eyes on. Going to catch something here at the end of the smoke. Peek up from Zek does go falling. He's still got Typos next to deal with. Jumping on top of the broken wall. Got real close to landing that of his own right, but Ambush have lost the advantage that they gain. They're going to start the sandwich in against Typos. He does get his kill of his own right, so back to 2v2 scenarios as the T still look for the final couple of players here. Look for the final man of the A site in particular.
You know what's really awkward for Steel is that he can't really assist his teammate. And there it is. Still last one left, and he can maybe try and gamble that they rotated off of B and have 2 players now at A. But for Still, this is going to be a really difficult clutch. Indeed, an opportunity did present itself, Jay, but it is going to be Typos to be able to convert the kill.
All right, so there you go. We do get the slight... this slight buffer and the slight survival round. Tech-9s and Deagles here on the T side. The nades up. Early damage against the T side. And they also respond with damage to their own right. 1 pick back from Law, but as Iceberg and Insta do get the 2-for-1 all in all, the T's will get forced back initially. Unable to get the kit that they wanted to. Flashbangs also come out from the CT. The smoke goes down towards Cross. Oh, there's a bit of a gap, actually. Iceberg. Focused and ready for them to make their way out. An AK on Mopos. The scout for Rixo tries to take its shot. Mopos just at the edge of the smoke, not being spotted out as of yet. Iceberg does catch the man off. Trying to look for Alex next season at the gap. 2v4 now. Scout should get forced away. Good kill from Alex. Bomb to Cross to get planted. And a retake up for Ambush, it seems.
And the Riders, it's still very doable for them, considering the fact that, first of all, they've got 2 rifles to work with. And let's just see if the retake can come through from Ambush. A lot of utility on the back of Typos as well, Jay.
100 HP for 2 players here on the T side, so they've got the best chance that they have in this 3-on-2. Incendiary coming in towards the new box area. Nade missing out top of first. 2 players to line up. He turns away his crosshair at the last moment. Alex gonna leave it all on Eastor. 2 line up for the spray, but he only goes so far with it. Typos down to 10 HP. The defuse will come through, and it will be Ambush with a 4th. And setting up the comeback here. A little bit of work to be done here still, but you know, at the very least, you know, the journey of a million miles starts with a single step.
That is true. That is very, very true. And for Ambush, at least in that last round, we saw some confidence in the retake as well. Maybe a little bit unlucky with the timing from Alex, looking at the wrong direction at the wrong time. But the pistols, it's upgrades again. We're seeing, at least in recent times, Jay, the Tech 9, it's back, and it's back in numbers.
Ooh, steal.
Big HE.
Wrong place, wrong time. Yeah, no, I'm liking the Tech 9's return, to be honest. I always like the semi-automatic weapons on the pistols. I was a bigger fan of the Tech 9 than I was of the CZ, but back in the action, it's going to work out well to get the entries here for Alex. Zek and Rixo will be able to clean up the rest of the players, though, so not much will come through. The bomb's been dropped. Eastor does get another pick back. If they can drop Zek, he's on 11 HP. They can actually gain control of the side, get a bomb plant, and a lot of damage done to the TT side, so this could force Ambush back a little bit. See what else Eastor can do. Going to go for a plant fake, try and force one player to peek in from Library, but Iceberger's already made his way onto the scene and will shut the last man down. But not a bad eco, I think.
Yeah, look, I mean, again, we're seeing these eco rounds for both sides. Unfortunately, a lack of bomb plants, but a lot of kills going the way of the Rider side. At least trying to damage that economy as much as they can. And Rixo on that scout. M4s across the board, that AK as well. Now, that bomb plant, looking at the utility from the Riders, means that they're not going to be on the full utility, Jay.
It might hurt their execution or their defaults. I mean, already they've sustained damage on Alex. It's not much, but as you mentioned, the lack of utility may be a bit of a concern if it comes to setups. Looking into the banana position is where they'll try and exit out of a flashbang past that smoke. And again, Ambush have gone for the 4-man stack towards this A site with a passive contact over on B. And Iceberg are going to be the man to defend against that, but just be waiting back and waiting for Movistar to make their way out before he starts getting the kills. So they're playing retake on this B site. And to be fair, it's actually worked out pretty well for Ambush so far in this half.
Let's see if what the AKs can find trying to open up B. Now, they're going to get a lot of information extremely soon, especially with Iceberg boosted up, that this B bomb site is relatively open. Oh my goodness, what an entry for Mopoz as well. And I tell you what I'd love for the Riders to do, leave 1 or 2 lurkers around that A bomb site. Get the bomb down. Ambush probably have to go for the save at this point, considering how much of a heavy stack there is at A.
They're relying a lot on Iceberg to get those opening kills. And again, credit where it's due, Ambush have been able to do that pretty respectively. But this time with the flower pot boost, they suspected with that smoke positioning, it may well have worked out better to check that flower pot area. And lo and behold, Mopoz gets the headshot immediately. Now, with a 5-on-4 retake, a very severely hit sort of setup from the Ambush side. I mean, it's understandable for them to go for this, safe call, because the M4s going to scout out. And if it was AWP, it may have given them a bit of an entertaining moment of the day, but slow rotations as well, couldn't get to position very quickly.
Well, the fact is, I mean, one sort of defying factor of why they didn't go for the retake, they have no info if anyone's pushed in through CT. So with the stack being over at the A bomb side, losing the single B defender pretty much immediately with that setup, you have to go for the call of the save, because there could have been a couple of players that have pushed up to Library, pushed up to Arch. You just have no idea, and it's playing a gamble and a risk that's just, the percentage is too high. And going for the save is at least going to hold on to 4 weapons going into the following round, Jay, but Ambush, you almost thought that having or staying on to 14 rounds for the Riders gives them just a little bit of hope.
Hope and a pray. Let's see. Whether this will be enough to get them past the edge. Already Alex lining up two, tapping his way to Typod's completely blind by the smokes. The nade up will finish off the job, and that's B site open. Iceberg will get a pick back. The bomb has been dropped towards second mid, so they're going to get aggressive and they want to get this one back, but Lowell trades out Rixo, leaving it all left to Iceberg. FAMAS versus 4 blown AKs. It's not going to happen. 16-5 on map 2, 2-0 for the Movistar Riders. And that couldn't have gone better for the Spaniards. I mean, we had some doubts about them having their consistency basis, and now here against the ambush side, they did certainly come out with the best of advantages in this context. So credit to them again, a well-fought series, but in the end, the right team came out on top and in dominating fashion as well, Blake.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's a great sign to see from the Movistar Riders that they showed up today. They showed a very dominant performance. We saw Ambush really just not getting involved in map 1 or map 2, just completely shut out of the water. And really, for Movistar Riders to face up North next, Jay, this is a good storyline for them and a good opportunity to have a good best of 3 against the Danes.
Absolutely, you know, and obviously North will be waiting in the wings, seeing what they were able to pull from that one. I don't know how much they were able to find, but, you know, certainly, you know, having their moments respite to heal from the AGO loss will certainly be an interesting sort of affair for them. But that match is coming up a little bit later on today, Dwayne.